Chapter 1134. Oh. You look so surprised. Did I hit the nail on the head again? Gu Nianji nodded slightly and smiled like a little fox. Thank you for the compliment. Reinitz snapped back to reality and shook his head with a smile. I didn't say anything. It was all just your guess. You don't have to say anything. Your eyes can speak for themselves. Gu Nianji smiled at Reinitz's uncomfortable gaze and continued frying his steak. But what you did in our country was immoral and illegal. You even caused casualties. Tell me, how are we going to settle this? Gu Nianji folded her hands behind her back and walked behind Reinitz. Looking at his tall figure, she gestured with her hands and regretfully realized that she probably couldn't beat him. Reinitz didn't turn around. Then what are you going to do? Arrest me and hand me over to the police or your Major General Hua? I want to, but I can't. Gu Nianji shook her head. You're very certain that I don't have any evidence. Reasoning alone isn't enough to convict you. Furthermore, Reinitz was the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service on a state visit to the Huaxia Empire. He had a certain level of immunity. Of course, more importantly, the Huaxia Empire's biggest enemy was Japan. Germany and the United States had no intention of fighting to the death with the Huaxia Empire. But Japan was a different story. Therefore, Gu Nianji decided to give Reinitz a chance based on the principle of focusing on the main issue and giving up on the secondary issues. She walked to the other side of Reinitz and smiled. However, I'm not so old-fashioned, nor do I know what's good for me. Although you made up such a big plan to deceive me in Germany. Gu Nianji made a big circle with her hand. Reinitz couldn't help but glance at her and almost burst out laughing. However, he forced himself to hold it in and looked back expressionlessly at the sizzling steak in front of him. But I'm a magnanimous person, so I won't argue with you. Honestly speaking, you've helped me quite a bit. Your contributions offset your mistakes, so let's call it a draw. Gu Nianji tilted her head to look at Reinitz and reached out her soft white hand. Okay. Although Reinitz knew that Gu Nianji was just coaxing him because she didn't have any concrete evidence to prove that she had anything to do with Hong Kongquan's case, he couldn't help but feel elated. Reinitz had done what Gu Nianji was doing countless times. Even though he knew that these words came out of her mouth without any hint of truth, he could not help but feel happy for her lies. Reinitz was horrified. Could it be that he had unknowingly fallen so deep? Hello? Reinitz? Are you willing? Or are you planning something else? Gu Nianji tilted her head to look at Reinitz and saw that his thin lips were trembling slightly. It was a very small movement, but it was still too obvious to her, who was used to analyzing Hua Xiaoheng's facial expressions. What's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Reinitz wouldn't cry, right? Then what should she do? Feeling anxious, he staggered backwards. Seeing her leave, Reinitz instinctively reached out to grab her arm, then quickly let go as if he'd been scalded by fire. Gu Nianji looked at Reinitz carefully and saw that he wasn't about to cry. She breathed a sigh of relief and giggled. Thank you, I almost fell just now. Reinitz snorted and said expressionlessly, You're really good at talking to yourself. I didn't even say a word, and you helped me make a lot of decisions. I was asking for your opinion. Gu Nianji spread her hands. Also, what exactly did Hong Kongquan bring to the United States and Japan to sell? Do you know? You don't know. Reinitz turned to look at her in surprise. So you're not a core member of their staff. His words were a bit hurtful, even though it was the truth. However, Gu Nianji was still unhappy. What do you mean by core member? How am I not a core member? You're looking down on me. If she could say that, then she definitely wasn't. Reinitz heaved a huge sigh of relief and felt his entire being lightened up. He no longer had a poker face and smiled at Gu Nianji as he winked. How would I dare to look down on you? My girl, you turned my house upside down, and I didn't even say a word. He was implying that Gu Nianji's Pink Piggy had destroyed the German Federal Intelligence Service's central control system and all the documents. Gu Nianji shook her head slyly. I didn't. I'm not a naughty child. What does it have to do with me that your house was turned upside down? Both of them refused to admit to the other's accusations, so they were evenly matched. Actually, Hong Kong yuan isn't much. Their target changed a long time ago. Reinert smiled faintly as he placed the fried steak on a plate. He drizzled a bit of flavorful sauce on it and placed a green broccoli on the side as a decoration. Gu Nianji furrowed her brows and thought about it. Yeah, they didn't care about Hong Kong Chuan's life at all. They wanted to trap Hu Shaoheng and the others at the bottom of the sea. They even used such a powerful magnetic field. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. Why did these people want Hu Shaoheng's life? They were willing to give up Hong Kong yuan, who was so close to being theirs, to kill Hu Shaoheng. Just because he was the commander of the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces. Was he someone like Reinert's? But there were people like that in every country. Even if Hu Shaoheng died for his country, they would still appoint a new commander. This department wouldn't be disbanded just because of one person's death. Therefore, the Japanese and Americans were risking their lives to kill Hu Shaoheng, so they must have some other value that they couldn't tolerate. Gu Nianji couldn't figure out what special value Hu Shaoheng had that would make the Japanese and Americans hate their guts, so she stopped thinking about it for now and changed the topic to the magnetic field used by the Japanese. Reinert, did you see the uncanny workmanship of nature on the Sea of Japan? Gu Nianji helped Reinert bring the cooked dishes to the dining room outside. Do you know how it was formed? Reinert had been paying attention to this matter, so of course he knew about the blue-violet electric arc that suddenly appeared on the Sea of Japan, like a blue hole. He said in confusion, I know that the Americans have very powerful magnetic field technology, but I never knew that they could also create such a powerful electric field. Is it really American technology? Gu Nianji heard some clues from Reinert's words. But what is the source of the energy? As far as I know, there isn't any device in the world that can produce such a powerful electromagnetic field, right? Don't be so full of yourself. Reinert didn't agree. Every country has their own dark technology, especially the United States. Their technology is indeed very powerful. You haven't even heard of many things, let alone seen them. But I still think that if they had such powerful energy, the United States wouldn't be what it is now. Gu Nianji was very insistent. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it at all. Reinert glanced at her and thought, no matter how powerful that energy was, how could it compare to her standing in front of him? She was what they wanted the most. Her father was really a genius. It was the third watch. Today was the third watch. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1135. Reinert looked at Gu Nianji with an infatuated gaze. Gu Nianji glanced at him and turned to leave. Are you hungry? Go eat if you're hungry. Reinert was speechless. Do I look hungry? Yes, you look like someone who has been starving for a long time seeing delicious food. It's a bit scary. Gu Nianji giggled as she sat down in the dining room. Reinert rubbed his nose and brought out the last plate of fried steak to place on the dining table in front of him. Gu Nianji took out the red wine Reinert brought and filled his glass. She poured a glass of grape juice for herself. She would never drink in front of Reinert. Reinert seemed to know her habits and didn't force her. He smiled and raised his glass. Cheers. Cheers. Gu Nianji raised her glass of grape wine. She had just taken a sip when her phone rang. Gu Nianji picked it up to see it was Ma Chichi. She hadn't contacted Ma Chichi in a long time. Gu Nianji swiped open the phone without hesitation and smiled. Chichi. Nianji. Are you home? I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. Tell the property management to let me in. Ma Chichi's cheerful voice came from the phone. Gu Nianji quickly said, "Okay, I'll call the property management." She called the security guard at the entrance and said, "Chi-Chi is my good friend. Please let her in." The security guard's phone showed her address. Seeing that she was a resident in the neighborhood and had permission, he let Ma Chi-Chi and Yin Shixiang in. Yin Shixiang drove to the underground parking lot of Gu Nianji's apartment building and said to Ma Chi-Chi, "Go up first. I'll take a few photos." Ma Chi-Chi nodded. "Then hurry up. I'll go now." After Ma Chi-Chi left, Yin Shixiang found Reinitz's car and walked over to take a closer look at the car window. It was actually bulletproof glass. The texture of the car was also extraordinary. It was obviously bulletproof. Thinking about it, the car of the director of the German Federal Intelligence Service had to be bulletproof. Yin Shixiang didn't find it strange anymore. He took out a high-resolution professional camera and took hundreds of photos of the ballistic crack on the car window to take back with him. Ma Chi-Chi went to Gu Nianji's door and rang the doorbell. Gu Nianji opened the door and flashed her a big smile. "Chi-Chi. I finally get to meet you." The two of them happily embraced each other. Reinitz put his hands in his trouser pockets and followed behind Gu Nianji. He smiled and said, "Who is this?" He spoke English with a British accent. Ma Chi-Chi was stunned. She looked up and saw a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes. His facial features were as exquisite as an ancient Greek sculpture. Although he was smiling, the faint aloofness made him seem unapproachable, as if he was 1,000 miles away. But a Prince Charming was supposed to be high and mighty and be worshipped by others. Ma Chi-Chi's eyes instantly lit up. She pulled Gu Nianji's hand and spun her around. She asked Reinitz, "Nianji, you're amazing. You hid a handsome man in your house and didn't even inform me." Gu Nianji felt speechless. She smiled awkwardly and introduced her to the two of them. "This is Ma Chi-Chi, my roommate in grad school. This is Major General Reinitz. You've seen him on TV before." Ma Chi-Chi enthusiastically extended her hand. "Major General Reinitz. Nice to meet you." Reinitz pursed his lips into a smile and bowed slightly. "Hello." He didn't shake her hand. It seemed like he was a bit of a neat freak. Ma Chi-Chi only felt that he was even more mysterious and alluring. Reinitz turned to go in first. Ma Chi-Chi excitedly whispered to Gu Nianji, "Oh, Nianji. This person is so handsome. Where did you find such a handsome man?" Gu Nianji pouted and pinched Ma Chi-Chi. She whispered, "It's okay. I've seen more handsome people. Be careful. If Brother Xiong finds out, he'll definitely teach you a lesson." Ma Chi-Chi quickly said, "Big Xiong is here too. He'll come up later. Let me be infatuated with him before he comes up. When he comes up, I promise I won't even look at him out of the corner of my eye." Okay. You go be infatuated." Gu Nianji was amused. "What do you want to eat?" "Today we have Bavarian white sausages, German smoked pork trotters, pan-fried beef, and sauced bamboo shoots. They're all made by the handsome man in your eyes. They're all delicious. The handsome man makes them even better." Ma Chi-Chi was almost drooling. "I have to try the Bavarian white sausages. I've heard you say so many times." Gu Nianji smiled as she led her into the dining room. She went to the kitchen to bake a few pieces of noodles. In the dining room, Ma Chi-Chi looked at Reinitz with sparkling eyes. She was curiously asking all kinds of questions. For example, "Mr. Reinitz, when did you meet Nianji? Mr. Reinitz, did you make all these dishes yourself? Why did you think of coming to Nianji's house to cook for her? Why didn't you ask her out for dinner?" Reinert sat in his chair with his back ramrod straight. There was a slight smile on his face, but it wasn't obvious. He maintained his politeness and didn't answer. He sipped his red wine. Gu Nianji had never seen Reinert so polite and distant. She furrowed her brows when she saw him being so distant and unapproachable. From the first time she met Reinert, he had been warm, gentle, and special to her. She had thought that was just his nature. Now it seemed that it was because she was his mission and target. Therefore, his attitude toward Ma Qiqi was the norm for someone like him. Without value, he didn't even deserve a smile. Ma Qiqi asked a bunch of questions, but Reinert didn't answer. She got bored. Although the handsome man was handsome, a bad attitude would reduce his attractiveness. Ma Qiqi wasn't a masochist, so her enthusiasm quickly faded. Gu Nianji walked over with a plate of freshly baked bread. She placed it on the table in front of Ma Qiqi and said with a smile, "Use this with the Bavarian white sausages. It's very flavorful." Ma Qiqi took a piece of freshly baked bread and picked up a piece of white sausage to eat. It's really delicious. This bread has a special fragrance. It goes very well with the white sausage. Oh no, my weight loss plan is ruined. Nianji, I'm telling you, my weight loss plan this month is ruined. You have to take responsibility. However, despite complaining, Ma Qiqi didn't stop eating. She ate several slices of bread and 7 or 8 pieces of white sausage. Reinert looked at Ma Qiqi eating so happily and looked down indifferently to take another sip of red wine. He got up and said to Gu Nianji, "It's getting late. I have to go back. Thank you for your hospitality. You have to let me know if you have the chance to come to Germany in the future." They had been in the Xia Empire for a few days, so it was time to go back. Gu Nianji didn't keep him. She stood up with a smile. "You prepared all this. I didn't treat you. I'll take you out for roast duck next time you come here." "Okay, it's a deal," Reinert said politely as he reached out to shake Gu Nianji's hand. Gu Nianji shook his hand and noticed that he had secretly stuffed a ball of paper into her palm. Gu Nianji quietly shook his hand. "I'll walk you out." Gu Nianji put on her coat and said to Ma Qiqi, "Make yourself at home, Qiqi. I'll be right back." It's fine. I won't stand on ceremony with you." Ma Qiqi smiled. She was already planning to take credit from Xiaoheng. As soon as Gu Nianji and Reinert left the house, Ma Qiqi called Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng immediately picked up. "Qiqi. Xiao, you have to thank Big Xiong and me. We just got here, and Reinert left." Ma Qiqi giggled and even opened the video on her phone for Xiaoheng to see. "Look, this is Reinert's cooking. He only ate a little before leaving." Xiaoheng looked at the dinner on the phone and memorized the dishes. "Thank you, Qiqi. Where's Big Xiong?" He didn't see Yin Xixiang in the camera. Big Xiong is still in the parking lot. Ma Qiqi turned off the video. "Okay, I have to wait for Nianji and Big Xiong to come back." Gu Nianji and Reinert walked into the apartment elevator together. Gu Nianji looked at the numbers on the elevator and asked dryly, "What did you give me?" "I think it's what you need the most." Reinert put his hands in his coat pockets. He was very tall, so when he stood next to Gu Nianji and looked at her at eye level, he could see the hair curls on top of Gu Nianji's head. Her hair was extremely black, and it made her scalp look even whiter under the curls. Gu Nianji smiled. "I need a lot of things. How do you know what I need the most?" "Really? If you don't need it, you can throw it away." Reinert didn't seem to be in the mood to talk anymore. His face was a bit listless. Gu Nianji was secretly amazed and didn't say anything else. She walked Reinert all the way to the underground parking lot, and as soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she saw Yin Xixiang face to face. Gu Nianji was pleasantly surprised. Brother Xiong. What took you so long? Chi-Chi was waiting for you. Yin Shixiang immediately said, ha 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 ha, what a coincidence. He took Gu Nianji's hand and waved at Reinitz with his other hand. Major General Reinitz, it's a pleasure to meet you. But don't sneak around to see Nianji like this in the future. You'll make her make mistakes. Really? I'm that charming. I can make her make mistakes. Reinitz looked at Gu Nianji with a half-smile. I thought Sirius didn't think I was charming enough. Gu Nianji was speechless. Did he hear her whispering to Ma Chi-Chi? It was no wonder that his nose and his eyes were not his eyes. He was so aloof and distant that he could fly to the heavens, but would he be that petty? As the head of Germany's intelligence agency, are you sure you're not pretending? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes in her mind, but she still smiled and said, no way. Major General Reinitz is shockingly charming, just like Apollo. Women want to worship you when they see you. Really? Reinitz smiled. You can do it too. I can do it too. Gu Nianji cocked her head and smiled. I'll burn 3 sticks of incense every day and worship you with fresh flowers, water, and fruits. Pfft. Yin Shixiang couldn't take it anymore and dove into the elevator. He was shaking from holding back his laughter. This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1 in the afternoon and the third watch at 7 in the evening. Wax. Chapter 1136. Reinitz had only recently learned Mandarin, so he didn't understand what Gu Nianji was saying at all. However, when he saw Gu Nianji's sly smile, he knew that she was probably trying to trick him again. It probably wasn't anything good. However, even though he knew she was tricking him, he still listened happily. He couldn't be any better. Reinitz nodded. You like flowers and fruits. I'll bring them to you every day when you come to Germany. Gu Nianji was speechless. Yin Shixiang helped her out in the elevator. Nianji, are you coming in? Gu Nianji quickly waved at Reinitz. Goodbye, Major General Reinitz. I won't be seeing you off, but I wish you a safe journey. She wanted to say goodbye, but the smile on her face was so sweet and cheerful that Reinitz felt his heart ache. He sat in the car and watched the elevator doors slowly close. The lights in the parking lot gradually dimmed, but Reinitz didn't immediately start the car. He just sat in the car and quietly looked ahead. The empty parking lot grew darker and darker. Only a light in the corner was still on. The only light in the darkness was very attractive to the creatures that lived in the shadows. Only they themselves knew, even though they knew there was a lampshade between them and that they were 2 completely different types of people, they still desperately attracted his gaze like moths. The moths would be burned to death if they pounced over the lampshade. Without the lampshade, the moths would be burned to death. So no matter what, only death awaited him. Reinitz narrowed his azure blue eyes and silently looked down. His desire and hope for her were actually like the moth pouncing on the lampshade. Reinitz sat in the parking lot for a long time until his phone rang. He finally snapped out of it and lazily started the car while putting on his Bluetooth headset to answer the call. Reinitz. Where are you? It's already very late. I went to your room but didn't see you. It was the third daughter of the Romeo family, Maddie. Reinitz replied coldly. You're in my room. Who gave you my room card? Maddie felt a bit guilty from the questioning, but she still straightened her swan-like neck and braced herself to say, I was worried about you, so I asked someone to open your room. What? Can't I? No. Reinitz smiled cruelly. Miss Romeo, you've violated the rules of our agency. You're suspected of leaking confidential information, trespassing, and stalking intelligence personnel. Each of these are major crimes. Maddie was shocked. Reinitz, don't scare me. All I did was let someone open the door to your room and come in to sit for a while. I didn't touch anything, I swear. Reinitz abruptly hung up the phone and immediately dialed another person's number. In an icy tone, he said, "Take someone to my room and arrest Maddie Palmio. When we get back to Germany, sue her immediately and ask her family to pay the ransom." The Romeo family would have to pay for this year's office expenses to get rid of their third daughter, yes, Major General Reinitz. Reinitz hadn't even arrived at their five-star hotel when the news of Miss Matthew Borromeo's arrest was already trending on social media in Germany. Yin Shixiang followed Gu Nianji upstairs and arrived at her home. Seeing the delicacies on the dining table, he could not help but smile. "We've come all the way here. These things look delicious. Did Reinitz make them?" Gu Nianji nodded. From the ingredients to the finished product, he took care of everything. The taste isn't bad, but of course, it can't compare to our five-star chefs from the Huaxia Empire. Yin Shixiang cut a small piece of steak and tasted it. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction. "Delicious. Delicious. It's so delicious." He kept praising it and suddenly had a lot in common with Ma Chichi. The two of them took their spoons and chopsticks and quickly cleaned up the table full of delicacies. Gu Nianji only ate half of the steak and divided the rest between Ma Chichi and Yin Shixiang. After eating, Yin Shixiang patted his stomach in satisfaction. "Authentic Wagyu. It's really delicious." Ma Chichi also drank some red wine and was a bit tipsy. She giggled. "Of course it's delicious. The Wagyu that Reinitz got is definitely authentic. You know, the Wagyu in restaurants are usually fake Wagyu. I went to Japan to eat real Wagyu once, but it wasn't as good as this. The quality of this Wagyu is top-notch even in Japan." Yin Shixiang also nodded. "I also had Wagyu once in Japan. It was very delicious, but it still can't compare to this fried steak." Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she made tea for them to wash off the grease. Yin Shixiang and Ma Chichi finished their second dinner and sat for a while before saying goodbye to Gu Nianji. "We have to go catch a movie tonight. Nianji, we won't keep you company." Ma Chichi put her hands on Gu Nianji's shoulders and winked at her. Gu Nianji pretended to be angry and pushed her away. "Go. Hurry up if you want to go. Don't be an eyesore here." The two of them laughed and joked around for a while before Gu Nianji finally saw Ma Chichi and Yin Shixiang out. Ma Chichi drank wine, but Yin Shixiang didn't. He had to drive. Before leaving, he whispered to Gu Nianji, "Stay in the house and don't go out before dawn." "Why should I go out? It's not like you guys are going on a date. You guys go. Stop showing off here." Gu Nianji giggled as she pushed the two of them out. After sending the happy couple out, Gu Nianji finally stopped smiling and closed the door. Leaning against it, she let out a long sigh. Tonight had been a thrilling night. Perhaps in other people's eyes, she had only had a sumptuous dinner, but in reality, the fight between her and Reinitz was no less intense than the chase in Germany. She was on high alert. She had to get information from Reinitz, but she also had to prevent herself from saying the wrong thing. Only those who had experienced it would understand what it felt like. Gu Nianji thought about Hu Shaoheng. This kind of experience was probably a daily occurrence for them, right? Taking 2 deep breaths, Gu Nianji finally took out the thing Reinitz had given her. A small ball of paper lay in her delicate palm. Gu Nianji stared at the small ball of paper for a while before flattening it. 2 poems were written in bold blue ink on the small ball of paper. It had a nostalgic feel to it. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. The first poem, "A little girl needs daddy for many many things. Like giving Gerthello Thatischer sien der saw diving deeper so ring he she'll always find him there. Because he can do many, many things, because he could do many, many things. For example, give her love, give her love, that's her ocean and air. So as long as she dives into the deep sea or flies high in the sky, she'll find him there. The second poem only had one sentence. Only let this one teardrop glisten pure upon the cheek of time. Translation: at the curtain call of love, tears shine on the cheeks of eternity. The first poem was a poem praising fatherly love that was familiar to the West. It was written by Nicholas Gordon. The second poem looked very familiar, but Gu Nianji couldn't remember whose poem it was at the moment. She frowned and quickly walked to her computer. Turning it on, she typed the sentence into the Google search bar. As soon as she pressed enter, the search results immediately came out. It turned out that the second poem was the last line of a famous poem written by the Indian poet Tagore about the Taj Mahal. Why would Reinitz give her such a thing? Gu Nianji raised her beautiful long eyebrows. She wasn't a literary girl. She was much more interested in computers and law than poetry. Was Reinitz mistaken? Gu Nianji couldn't help picking up her phone and calling Reinitz. Reinitz had just stepped into the lobby of the 5-star hotel he was staying at. Seeing that it was Gu Nianji calling, he thought about it and picked it up. Serious, I just left and you're already missing me. Reinitz teased with a smile. Gu Nianji said. Speak properly. I'm scared when you're suddenly so artistic. Reinitz, Gu Nianji waited for a while before saying, what do you mean? You know I don't like poetry. Really? Reinitz's voice faded. That's a pity. I like it very much. Okay, it's late. I'm hanging up. Good night, baby. He hung up without hesitation, his expression firm and stubborn. Gu Nianji snorted and cleared the dining table. She then took a shower and tidied herself up before lying on the bed and continuing to read the note. She quietly read the first poem again, but still didn't get the gist. If this was a message about her father, then it was too childish. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and picked up her phone to scan the note. She then sent it to Hu Xiaoheng with a message. Reinitz gave it to me. I don't know what it means. It was the second watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 7:00 in the evening. P.S. English poems don't count. Mwah. Chapter 1137. Hu Xiaoheng happened to be doing the final checks in the central control room. Ever since he discovered the 4 lines of AI programming language, Hu Xiaoheng was wary of the entire central control system. He was determined to check the entire system. It took him almost a month to check the main program and ensure it wasn't disturbed or invaded by the AI programming language. He heard his phone ring and took it to see that it was a text from Gu Nianji. He then received a scanned document from Gu Nianji. With just one glance, Hu Xiaoheng could immediately tell that these 2 poems contained information about Gu Xiangwen. He worked in intelligence and had received training in this area. He could tell the difference between the 2 poems at a glance. Moreover, the Special Operations Forces had experts in this field who could decipher words. They could even decipher an incomplete word. Hu Xiaoheng immediately called Gu Nianji. Nianji. Hu Xiao. Did you get my text? Gu Nianji was lying on the bed with her phone. She had just been scrolling through Weibo. Yeah, I'll get someone to check. Don't worry. Hu Xiaoheng paused. Reinitz didn't scare you, right? Scare me. He did. Gu Nianji chuckled. He suddenly became artsy. It scared me. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. Remember not to interact with him alone in the future. Whenever you see him, someone must be present. Hu Xiaoheng told Gu Nianji about the Senate's rules. When you become an official employee of the Senate, you can't make these mistakes even once. I understand. Gu Nianji nodded obediently. Reinitz is going back to Germany. I don't think we'll have a chance to see each other again. Okay, good girl. It was rare that Gu Nianji didn't talk back this time. Hua Xiaoheng actually felt relieved. This girl was becoming bolder and bolder in front of him. Hua Xiaoheng actually really wanted to set the rules for Gu Nianji. In the past, he would have scolded her without hesitation. But now, he actually couldn't bear to. Naughty children were never born. There must be a nest of doting parents behind the scenes. Hua Xiaoheng put down his phone with a bitter smile. He began to look for the deciphering experts in the agency to prepare for the meeting tomorrow. Gu Nianji was originally sleepy, but after talking to Hua Xiaoheng, she was energized. She sat up on the bed and read the note again. She picked up her phone and called He Zhichu. He Zhichu wasn't sleeping either. He was working on the South American affairs in front of his computer. It was such a big business. Although not every transaction had to be handled by him, there were still many that needed him to handle. His concentrated work was interrupted by the ringing of his mobile phone. He Zhichu heard Gu Nianji's special ringtone and quickly swiped it to answer. Nianji, you're still up so late. Aren't you awake too, Professor He? Gu Nianji smiled as she leaned back against the large pillow. I'll show you something. Is it convenient for you to receive it? Sure, send it over. He Zhichu had just finished speaking when he saw a text message on his phone. Opening the attachment, it was a scanned note. The paper was slightly wrinkled, as if it had been crumpled into a ball and then unfolded. On the note, there were cursive English words written in blue ink. The paper seemed to be quite old, or perhaps it was deliberately made old. It had a nostalgic air of vicissitudes. Looking at the cursive English words again, He Zhichu could see that it was two familiar English poems. The first one was A Little Girl Needs Daddy. He Zhichu was speechless. Frowning, he asked Gu Nianji, what's wrong? Isn't this poem very normal? Do you miss your father? Every year on Father's Day, little girls in the West would write this poem on a card and give it to their fathers. Gu Nianji nodded furiously. I think it's very normal too. How can something like this have anything to do with my father? Then everyone in the world is my father. He Zhichu couldn't help but snicker. You're quite optimistic. I have no choice but to think about it. Gu Nianji tilted her head and smiled. I've been looking for so many years. Hua Xiao and Professor He are so amazing, but they still have no clues. I've long since given up hope. If there was no hope, then there would be no disappointment. He Zhichu rubbed his forehead and wanted to say something, but stopped. Wasn't your father on MH210? That plane had crashed. Gu Nianji heard this and immediately said, Gu Yanran said the plane crashed on a small island, and then she threw my father's ashes into the sea. Do you think I can believe her? How would I know? I don't even know her that well. He Zhichu said it lightly, but his expression was a bit unnatural. Where did you get this note from? Fortunately, Gu Nianji wasn't by his side, so she didn't see his expression. Of course someone gave it to me and said it was what I needed the most. Actually, I don't know what I need the most. Gu Nianji was very confused. In the past, I really wanted to find my father, but now I will continue to search, but I won't think that he is all my support. My support is myself. Finding my father is just the icing on the cake. He Zhichu pursed his lips tightly. His heart ached and felt terrible. It was like a ball of fire that would explode at any moment, but he could only persuade her. I'm also your support, and so is Hua Xiao. Nianji, don't push yourself so hard. You've already done enough. Still not good enough. Gu Nianji mumbled and finally felt a bit sleepy. She yawned. Professor He, I'm going to bed. You should go to bed early too. Hijichu responded and hung up the phone reluctantly. After the call, he sat alone in the study for a long time. In the end, he could only sigh and continue his work. Gu Nianji handed the task of deciphering the 2 poems to Hu Xiaoheng and devoted herself to work. They were preparing for Speaker Long's state visit to India. They only had 10 days to prepare, so it was very rushed. It was Gu Nianji's first time participating in the preparations for the Senate's foreign visit, so she was very busy. She used to think that foreign visits meant waving to the welcoming people on the plane stairs, then eating, having meetings, and saying nice things. But when she actually participated in the preparations, she realized how trivial it was. The image of the leader appearing glamorously on the plane on TV was already the result of countless staff working through the night. What were the tasks? Let's talk about it briefly. For example, confirming the itinerary with the other party, including flights, air routes, car routes, hotel security, hygiene, and staff grooming, as well as food and drink, etiquette, gifts, meeting points, and so on. Even the leader's personal excrement had to be collected and taken away. Nothing could be left in the country being visited. It was not easy at all to coordinate and communicate these things with India in a short period of 10 days. In particular, the Indians' work efficiency was sometimes high and sometimes low. Just like how they liked to do Brownian motion missiles, they were all the same when it came to wrangling. Gu Nianji worked in the Senate building for 3 days and 3 nights. As soon as she returned, she fell asleep on the bed. When she woke up, the delicious aroma of food from the kitchen wafted in through the half-open bedroom door. Gu Nianji was actually woken up by the aroma. She lifted the blankets and got up. She quietly walked to the side of the kitchen to take a look. Hu Xiaoheng was wearing a handsome early summer outfit and was frying a steak in front of the induction cooker. It was the 3rd watch. It was the 3rd watch today. A reminder to everyone for their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 1138. The corners of Gu Nianji's eyes couldn't help twitching. Frying a steak so early in the morning. But it smelled really good. She hadn't had a good meal for a few days, and now she wanted to overeat. Hu Xiao, when did you get here? Gu Nianji called out in surprise and walked towards Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng didn't turn around and replied dryly, "You're awake. Go wash your face and brush your teeth." Gu Nianji immediately covered her mouth and quickly turned to run back to the bedroom to wash up in the bathroom. After cleaning herself up, she went to the kitchen and walked to Hu Xiaoheng's side with a smile. She tilted her head to look at him. "Hu Xiao, I haven't seen you for a few days, and I've realized that you've become even more handsome." Hu Xiaoheng acted like he didn't hear her. His hands were steady as he flipped the steak in the frying pan. Gu Nianji nodded vigorously. "Thank you so much. I'm about to faint from hunger." Hu Xiaoheng still ignored her. Gu Nianji walked around Hu Xiaoheng to the other side and tilted her head to look at him. "Hu Xiao, I'm really speaking to you sincerely. Why are you ignoring me?" Hu Xiaoheng finally turned around and looked at her coolly. He didn't say anything and just looked at her. Gradually, his gaze slowly moved down from her eyes and stopped at her pretty lips, pausing for a moment. He looked up at her again. His eyes were filled with strong emotions and passion. He raised his eyebrows slightly as if to say, "Is this your sincerity?" Then he lowered his thick, black eyelashes and looked over her lips inch by inch. His gaze circled around her well-defined lips and landed on her full lower lip. His gaze was like a lover's hand caressing her lips. The corners of her lips curled up like plump water chestnuts. He didn't move, but his gaze was hooked and like a magnet, attracting her step by step and taking the initiative to approach him. He only used his gaze to linger on her lips. His body didn't move at all, but her lips were already burning. It was as if someone had kissed them until the end of time. Gu Nianji seemed to be bewitched. She stood on her tiptoes and hugged his neck. She pulled his head down and offered her lips to his. She raised her head and kissed him deeply. Hua Xiaoheng sucked it in and bit her lips without hesitation, leaving a neat bite mark. The force was a little strong, and she could even feel a stab of pain. However, this pain did not make her feel uncomfortable. Instead, it stimulated her whole body to heat up, and her heart trembled. Hua Xiaoheng stopped kissing her and raised his head slightly. Let go. The steak is going to burn. Gu Nianji reluctantly let go and smacked her lips. She licked her lips with her tongue as if she hadn't had enough. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he finally restrained himself. He scooped the steak out of the pot and placed it on a plate. Only then did Gu Nianji see that there were several plates of prepared dishes on the marble countertop in the kitchen. There was asparagus with truffle sauce, a plate of sliced Hunan-style cured sausages, and a small bowl of buttered mashed potatoes. Gu Nianji's stomach began to grumble. Hua Xiaoheng poured the prepared sauce on the steak to enhance the flavor and placed it in front of Gu Nianji. Try it. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. The steak on the fine white porcelain plate was actually heart-shaped. Gu Nianji felt like she could only eat breakfast on her knees. She walked out of the kitchen dizzily with the plate and sat down in the dining room. Gu Nianji rubbed her face. Her cheeks were sore from laughing, but she still couldn't stop herself from laughing. Hua Xiao's steak was heart-shaped, she couldn't help but take out her phone and snap a picture to send to her friends. The caption was, "Even a dish is made in the shape of loving you." Not long after, her friend started howling. Ma Chi-Chi, showing affection so early in the morning. That's against the rules. I'll block you both. Brother Xiong, commenter +1. Chi-Chi loves you. Brother Zay, commenter +2. Both commenters broke the rules too. I'll block them. I'll block them both. Angry. JPG. Professor He, childish. Sneer. JPG. Ms. Song, little Nianji has a new boyfriend. Such a fancy steak is definitely not something my son is capable of making. Suyu thought to himself. Tan Guiren, it's so good to see that there are still people in this world who can be so happy. I wish you all the best. Miss Gu has a new boyfriend. Special Assistant Zhuang, Nianji, your leave has been cancelled. Come to work after breakfast. Remember to bring the leftover steak over to share. Just kidding. Gu Nianji giggled silently as her shoulders twitched. She didn't notice that Hua Xiaoheng had already sat next to her. He reached out and took the phone from Gu Nianji's hand. He said calmly, "Don't play with your phone while eating." Then he saw what Gu Nianji was looking at. His brows furrowed as he scrolled down the phone. It was full of similar things. Oh, so lively. Hua Xiaoheng looked at it for a while and took out his phone. He only replied to Song Jining in Gu Nianji's friend circle. Mr. A replied to Miss Song. Such a fancy steak. Unfortunately, it was your son who made it. He immediately turned off his phone after replying. At the same time, he also turned off Gu Nianji's phone. Let's eat breakfast. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with sweetness. She said happily, Hua Xiao, what should I do? This steak is too delicious. I can't bear to eat it. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and took the plate from her. He waved the knife a few times and cut the heart-shaped steak into several small pieces. Each small piece was a heart. He then forked it up and fed it to Gu Nianji's mouth. Open your mouth. Gu Nianji quickly opened her mouth wide and bit down. She was just short of meowing. She looked exactly like a greedy little cat who loved to be pampered. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head. You still need to feed me. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. One bite is enough. I'll do the rest myself. I'll do it myself. She took her plate and squinted her eyes as she ate. The heart-shaped steak served early in the morning had a unique flavor. Hu Xiaohing's cooking was indeed impeccable. It was even better than Reinitz's. Gu Nianji ate happily. After breakfast, she felt like she had gained 2 pounds. Hu Xiaohing finished the rest of the food and put the plate in the dishwasher. He then cut 2 dragon fruits and sprinkled honey powder on them. He brought it out and placed it in front of Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji originally couldn't eat anymore, but when she saw the dragon fruits that were neatly cut and sprinkled with honey powder, she immediately perked up. Hu Xiao, if you feed me like this, I'll get very fat. Gu Nianji was worried about her weight as she ate happily. Hu Xiaohing draped an arm on the back of Gu Nianji's chair and watched her eat. He said calmly, "You've been too tired recently. You need to eat more. It's quite tiring." Gu Nianji nodded and frowned. "I didn't even know the Senate Secretariat had so many things to do. Although I'm the legal advisor, Speaker Long specifically asked me to go with him this time, so I had no choice." Hu Xiaohing didn't want Gu Nianji to leave him and go somewhere else. But he also didn't want Gu Nianji to be confined at home. She had the ability, so she should go out and use her talents. "If you really can't adapt, you can resign when you return from India." Hu Xiaohing discussed with her. "It's not a bad idea to be a lawyer at a law firm. It's your old profession, and it's convenient." Gu Nianji couldn't decide. "Okay, we'll talk about it when I return from India." She couldn't give up on something she'd already agreed to. As the two of them ate breakfast sweetly, Tan Guiren was waiting outside the military court with her cousin. She had just left a message on Gu Nianji's WeChat moments when her cousin, Kai Xingnan, nudged her. "The court is starting. Go in." Today was the day Kai Songyin was going on trial. Because it was a military court, all media were prohibited from entering, and unrelated people were not allowed to sit in. Only defense lawyers and immediate family members were allowed in. Kai Xingnan was Kai Songyin's defense lawyer, and Tan Guiren was her daughter, so both of them were allowed in. The two of them had arrived earlier. After a while, Kai Songyin was finally brought in by the bailiff and stood in the defendant's stand. Kai Songyin had only been locked up for about 10 days, but she had aged more than 10 years. Her previously dark, curly hair was now white, and the skin on her face was loose and wrinkles were becoming more obvious. "Mommy!" Tan Guiren burst into tears when she saw her mother like this. Kai Songyin finally looked up and saw Tan Guiren sitting in the gallery. "Little darling, don't cry." She turned around and greeted her anxiously. The defendant is not allowed to speak without reason. Family members must control their emotions, or we will have to ask them to leave. The judge in the courtroom sternly warned Kai Songyin and Tan Guiren. Tan Guiren quickly wiped her tears and did not say anything else. Soon, the prosecutor also walked in with 2 assistants. This time, the prosecutor in the military court was Bai Yueran, the director of the legal department of the Special Operations Forces. Tan Guiren looked at Bai Yueran timidly. She had already been removed from the military art troupe. She had originally wanted to resign herself because her parents had committed such a crime, and she was too ashamed to continue staying in the troupe. But before she could do anything, the leader of the troupe had tactfully told her that her contract had already been terminated, and she did not need to come anymore. Tan Guiren was shocked at the time. Didn't she join the military? Why was there a contract? The leader of the troupe said that she was previously an inactive civilian staff member and had signed the same employment contract as a normal company. They also said that her background check had been stuck and never passed, so she could not officially enlist. They also told her to ask the legal department of the Special Operations Forces if she did not understand anything. Tan Guiren had lived and studied abroad for many years, so it was almost impossible for someone like her to enlist. At the time, because she was the daughter of the Prime Minister, the Supreme Military Council had specially approved for the Special Operations Forces to conduct a background check on her overseas experience. The result was obvious. If Bai Yueran did not sign, her background check would not pass. Tan Guiran went to see Bai Yueran once, but she refused. "Miss Tan, you can ask about the results of the background check after your parents' lawsuit is over." "Why?" "Because immediate family members with serious criminal records can't join the military. Especially since your father was accused of treason." After the awkwardness of that day, Tan Guiran was very embarrassed to see Bai Yueran again. She was even a little scared. Tan Guiran had experienced the coldness of the world since her parents were both imprisoned. Fortunately, the Tan and Kai families were still very good to her, especially her uncle, Kai Sumin, and cousin, Kai Xingnan. They kept her company at home, so she could endure so many difficult days. At 9:00 sharp, the military court started. Hua Xiaoheng's phone rang. It was a message from a Special Operations Forces member attending the court to remind him that there were 3 court hearings today. This was the first court session. It was the 3rd court session today. Everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The 2nd court session was at 1 p.m., and the 3rd court session was at 7 p.m. Chapter 1139. Hua Xiaoheng shared the trial video with Gu Nianji. This was specially approved by his special line, so no one else had this privilege. Today is Kai Songyin, Tan Dongbang, and Hong Kongquan's trial. Hua Xiaoheng hugged Gu Nianji as they nestled on the sofa and connected the video to the large TV on the opposite wall. Gu Nianji finished a full breakfast and was actually feeling sleepy. She had indeed been lacking sleep for the past few days, and Hua Xiaoheng's embrace made her feel incredibly warm and secure. She quickly fell asleep on Hua Xiaoheng's arm. Hua Xiaoheng lowered the volume of the TV and shifted his body to allow Gu Nianji to sleep more comfortably. On the TV, Kai Xingnan and Bai Yueran were arguing. "Your Honor, although my client is still married to Tan Dongbang, everyone knows that Tan Dongbang publicly cheated, and their relationship has long been broken. The only reason they haven't divorced is because my client cares about their relationship and doesn't want Tan Dongbang's career to be destroyed. And Tan Dongbang's actions have long excluded my client from his inner circle. My client has no knowledge of Tan Dongbang's betrayal, so she cannot bear joint responsibility with him. Also, my client has performed meritorious deeds, so I hope the court will be lenient." After Kai Xingnan finished speaking, she gave Kai Songyin a "don't worry" look. Kai Songyin sighed slightly in relief. Of course, she didn't want to be charged with treason like Tan Dongbang. That kind of crime was either the death penalty or a life sentence. There was no third possibility. Also, she really didn't know that Tan Dongbang was in contact with the Japanese. If she had known earlier, she would have divorced him and reported him a long time ago. Although Kai Songyin loved to play with power, she still had a bottom line. This kind of man who was not only shameless but also willing to risk his life for power wasn't worth her effort at all. She looked up to see Bai Yueran stand up and begin her questioning. "Your Honor, the defendant, Kai Songyin, has always been married to Tan Dongbang. This is a legally recognized fact. As for the opposing lawyer's claim that she had nothing to do with Tan Dongbang's betrayal, that is also free testimony. She cannot produce any evidence to prove that the two are not related. On the contrary, I have a lot of material here to prove that Kai Songyin had full control over Tan Dongbang's election. Saying that she wasn't in Tan Dongbang's inner circle is pure nonsense." Bai Yueran didn't even look at Kai Xingnan and handed all the information to the court. Kai Xingnan blushed a little, but she still stood up and said, "They used to be in the inner circle during the election, but ever since Tan Dongbang and Gu Yanran's affair came to light, their relationship as husband and wife only existed in name. But it's still famous. Being famous means you have legal support. As for whether it's real or not, it's not up to the court to investigate. Bai Yueran seized on the loophole in Kai Xingnan's words and said, "Lawyer Kai, you can't do this. I'm talking about the law with you, and you're talking about feelings with me. How can we tell if it's real or fake? I also have evidence here to prove that my client has been living separately from Tan Dongbang ever since he cheated on her." Kai Xingnan turned around with a smile and looked at Bai Yueran, who had a serious expression on her face. This kind of separation is recognized by the divorce court. It wouldn't be that the military court wouldn't recognize it, right? This is what I mean by existing in name only. Bai Yueran smiled slightly. Is that so? But even if Kai Songyin and Tan Dongbang's marriage only exists in name only, Kai Songyin has a very close working relationship with Hong Kongwan, and Hong Kongwan is the real culprit behind the crime of treason. Lawyer Kai, please explain why your client is so close to Hong Kongwan. What is the reason? This was indeed the most difficult point to clear. Kai Songyin looked up slightly and glanced at Bai Yueran. Hu Xiaoheng had promised her that if she told the truth, he would give her a chance to become a tainted witness, and he wouldn't sue her for this in court. Did Bai Yueran not remember doing this? Hu Xiaoheng, who was in front of the TV, was also stunned. He immediately connected to Bai Yueran's Bluetooth headset and said, "Director Bai, Kai Songyin has already reached an agreement with us to become a tainted witness." What he meant was that they shouldn't pursue the relationship between Hong Kongwan and Kai Songyin and make an issue out of it. Bai Yueran knew this, but she felt that she should give Kai Songyin a warning. Otherwise, she would think that she was capable of silently erasing this incident. Kai Xingnan was indeed in a difficult position. This was indeed the most difficult thing to clear up. Furthermore, she knew that Kai Songyin hadn't told her about her relationship with Hong Kongwan even when they were in court. She had only said that he was her best friend's husband. Therefore, Kai Xingnan braced herself and said, "Hong Kongwan is my client's best friend's husband. May I ask what the prosecutor means by saying that they have a close relationship? Is that so? Best friend's husband?" Bai Yueran snorted but didn't pursue the matter further. "Alright, let's not talk about this for now." She had already used her tone and posture to express her attitude. Kai Songyin was sweating profusely. Only then did she feel alive again. She wiped the sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand and heard the judge announce the verdict. The defendant, Kai Songyin, is not guilty of treason, guilty of election bribery, and guilty of manipulating the election. The assets of the companies under her name that participated in election bribery and manipulation will be confiscated. Due to her meritorious service during the waiting period, she will be sentenced to 5 years in prison with 1 year of probation. With probation, as long as she didn't continue to break the law during the probation period, she would be able to fight for a further reduction of Kai Songyin's sentence so that she wouldn't have to go to jail in the end. This was already the best result she could achieve. Kai Songyin smiled bitterly and hung her head low. She wouldn't have to go to jail, but her future would be ruined. The only thing she was glad about was that she had set up a trust fund for Tan Guiren early on. It could be said that as long as Tan Guiren was still alive, she would be able to receive money from the trust fund for the rest of her life. Bai Yueran and Kai Xingnan thanked the judge at the same time. They were both happy to see this wedding. After the lawsuit was over, Kai Songyin was released on the spot and went back with Kai Xingnan and Tan Guiren. She held Tan Guiren's hand with a heavy heart and said, "Little darling, don't be afraid about this. Mommy is fine. I'm not afraid." Tan Guiren held back her tears. "As long as Mommy can go home, everything is fine." Kai Songyin sighed. "I didn't misjudge him. Hu Xiaoheng was lenient towards me and didn't pursue this matter relentlessly. If Hu Xiaoheng had continued to harp on her relationship with Hong Kongwan, the case of the blogger's murder would definitely have been uncovered. Hong Kongwan had another reason for killing the blogger. Kai Songyin was only a scapegoat for him to beat her at her own game. Tan Gairen's heart skipped a beat. She wiped her tears. Mommy is a good person, and so is Hua Xiao. Only good people help good people. Kai Song-yin patted her shoulder. It's getting late. Can you make me some lunch? Oh. Lunch? Make it myself. Tan Guiren was at a loss. She only knew how to make instant noodles. Kai Song-yin remembered that her daughter didn't know how to cook, so she immediately picked up her phone and ordered 2 takeouts from a nearby restaurant. It was Tan Dongbang's trial afternoon. His case was much faster. Because he hadn't hired a lawyer of Kai Xingnan's level, he obviously couldn't win against Bai Yueran, the head of the legal department. Soon, the court announced, Tan Dongbang colluded with foreign forces and used improper means to interfere with 2 elections. He was found guilty of disrupting the elections and bribery, as well as treason. The first trial sentenced him to life imprisonment. Tan Dongbang exploded when he heard that. Why is Kai Song-yin only sentenced to 5 years, but I have to be sentenced to life imprisonment? This is so unfair. I want to appeal. The judge looked up at him through his reading glasses and said coldly, appealing is the right granted to you by the Constitution. You can appeal, but the result of our first trial will not change. Tan Dongbang was taken away by the bailiffs. Soon, Hong Kong-wan was also brought in. His eyes were dull, and he had to be supported by 2 bailiffs to be placed on the defendant's stand as he walked. The lawyer he hired was also a rookie lawyer, because the other lawyers refused to defend him as soon as they heard about his case. Only this kind of newbie reporter, who was not afraid of tigers, would ignore the wishes of the higher-ups and want to turn the case upside down. However, this was related to the interests of the Special Operations Forces and the nation, so how could everything be made public? Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was unfathomably deep as he looked at the results on the television and counted down in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After counting to 10, Hong Kongquan's lawyer was speechless from Bai Yueran's rebuttal. Hong Kongquan was still sitting on the defendant's stand in a daze. Hua Xiaoheng counted to 5 again, and the judge had already begun to read the verdict. Hong Kongquan has been found guilty of treason, causing the death of his colleague at sea and the injury of many of his colleagues. He has also sold top-secret national secrets. This is a heinous crime, and he is sentenced to death, to be carried out immediately. Hong Kongquan's eyes, which had been blank all this time, finally twitched. Then, it was as if he had woken up from a long dream. He listened to the entire trial in silence and only made one request. Before the execution, I want to see Hua Xiaoheng. Why? The judge was expressionless. We need a reasonable reason. Hong Kongquan thought about it. In any case, this is what he is most concerned about. This was also the reason why he had to be brought back alive. It was the second watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder to everyone about your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Third, change the time. It's 8:00 at night. My dear friends, I got it wrong. Mwah. Chapter 1140. Hong Kongquan's crimes were not negotiable, but his last wish was to see Hua Xiaoheng. After some consideration, the military court agreed. His sentence was supposed to be the death penalty, and it would be carried out immediately. Hong Kongquan had no intention of appealing, so Hua Xiaoheng went to the execution ground to see him in the afternoon. Hong Kongquan was wearing a prisoner's uniform, shackled, and blindfolded as he was taken to the reception room by the prison guards. After the blindfold was removed, Hong Kongquan squinted at the incandescent light in the room. In his blurry vision, he saw a tall figure in a military uniform standing with his back to him. Then the person turned around and looked at him expressionlessly. It was Hua Xiaoheng. Seeing him in a major general's uniform, Hong Kongquan's eyes were filled with reluctance. He used to wear a military uniform like this too. Although he hadn't reached the rank of Major General yet, he was only one step away. After being in the military for so many years, it wasn't that he didn't feel sad when he was discharged. It was only then that Hong Kong felt a little remorseful. Hu Xiaoheng pointed to the chairs on both sides of the table in the middle of the reception room. Sit. Hong Kong dragged his shackles and sat down. Hu Xiaoheng sat across from him and looked at him calmly. Did you need something from me? Hong Kong's lips trembled violently. His face was ashen, and his eyes were dim. After a while, he choked out, Xiaoheng, I've let the country down, the military down, and the people down. I was foolish and blinded by greed. One wrong step led to many wrong steps, resulting in today's bitter outcome. Hu Xiaoheng nodded without batting an eyelid. Hong Kong, your momentary foolishness did not only harm yourself, but also caused the deaths of our soldiers in the Sea of Japan. You caused our nation's secrets to be leaked. So if you want to repent and get your sentence reduced, don't waste your effort. I definitely won't agree to it. Hong Kong shook his head, his eyes getting redder and redder. I never thought about getting my sentence reduced, just like I never thought about betraying the country. He held back his tears and looked up. I'm very sorry about that soldier's death. Please convey my apology to his family. I've already told my family to compensate the soldier's family for their losses. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, the country has pensions and special policies that are enough to ensure his family's livelihood. I know, but this is a token of my appreciation. Hong Kong smiled bitterly. Xiaoheng, do you despise me now? No, I don't have that much time. Hu Xiaoheng was getting a little impatient. Hong Kong, you're not a child. You can't wait until the consequences are irreversible before regretting. Hong Kong closed his eyes. All right then, I've wasted your time. What I want to tell you is that I only gave the Japanese the first phase of the quantum satellite technology, but the information in it is fake. I've already changed the key parts. The Japanese won't succeed if they follow the information I gave them to make quantum satellites. Hu Xiaoheng said, Kongquan, you. I, Kongquan, and I, out. I out, to saying, out, I, of Wang to. And. Hong Kong quickly turned to leave and was brought into the execution grounds by the prison guards. Hu Xiaoheng put on his sunglasses and stood by the window. After 3 gunshots, Hong Kong collapsed in a pool of blood. Although most of the death sentences had been changed to intravenous injection, the death sentence in the military court was still a direct execution by shooting. Hu Xiaoheng walked over to carefully verify Hong Kong's identity before signing the death certificate. After leaving the execution ground, Hu Xiaoheng went to see General Ji and showed him the surveillance footage of his meeting with Hong Kong. When General Ji heard Hong Kong say that there was a problem with the quantum satellite technology he had given the Japanese, he froze for a moment and turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng. Do you think what he said is true? Hu Xiaoheng was used to being suspicious, so he declined to comment. That depends on the Japanese's performance. Japan did not disappoint. The day after Hong Kong was shot, they announced that they had broken through the bottleneck of quantum satellite technology. The first stage of the technology had been perfected and a small quantum satellite had been launched. But at the same time, they also announced that quantum communication technology had inherent limitations and was not worth investing a lot of effort in. They decided to no longer support quantum communication technology. And the small quantum satellite they had launched had not been able to enter the established orbit. Instead, it became a piece of space junk and was severely criticized by environmentalists. After General Ji finished watching the press conference in Japan, he called Hu Xiaoheng and said, Maybe what Hong Kong said was true. Hua Xiaoheng did not refute but said, but Hong Kong is not a technician after all. He thinks that he replaced the key information, but the Japanese still broke through the technical bottleneck. Although it has been put on hold for now, who knows if one of them will be inspired one day and discover the power of quantum communication technology and restart the experiment. This was irrefutable. General Ji sighed deeply and hung up. There were only 2 days left until Speaker Long's state visit to India. The preparatory work had finally come to an end. Special Assistant Zhuang announced that the people in the Secretariat would be given half a day off so that everyone could go back and relax and continue work the next day. At that moment, a tall and thin figure was standing in Speaker Long's office. It was Special Assistant Yang, who had been given a long day off by Speaker Long. Speaker Long sat at his desk and looked at the resignation letter and application form that Special Assistant Yang had placed in front of him. He sighed slightly. Special Assistant Yang said with a look of remorse, "Speaker Long, I know that I was wrong, and I don't dare to ask for your forgiveness. I just hope that you will give me a way out on account of the 10 years I have worked for you. I will resign from the Parliamentary Secretariat. This is the price I have to pay for my mistakes." He had worked for Speaker Long for the past 10 years, and even if he had not made any contributions, he had still worked hard. Moreover, he was indeed capable. Otherwise, he would not have been able to successfully pass the interview for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But for him to successfully enter the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he still needed Speaker Long's approval. If Speaker Long did not sign on his application form, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would not be able to pass the background check. Speaker Long was not very willing to let Special Assistant Yang continue to work in the system. But he also knew that, to put it bluntly, Special Assistant Yang's problem was that he was narrow-minded and made things difficult for his subordinates. It was not a big problem. No one was perfect, so why was there a need to be so ruthless? Moreover, if he resigned from the Parliamentary Secretariat and went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, his future development would be greatly restricted. At least as long as he was the Speaker of the Senate, he would not let Special Assistant Yang have any chance of success. And Speaker Long had always been relatively gentle and would not force people into a corner. Therefore, he only warned him, "You must remember this lesson well. You must be broad-minded and correct your attitude. Competition is based on your own ability. You are a capable person, so you must not take the wrong path." "I definitely won't. I definitely won't." Special Assistant Yang cried bitterly as he admitted his mistake. "If you do not object, I will apologize to Gu Nianji right now." A public apology. I was really muddle-headed for a moment. She is so outstanding, I am afraid that she will replace me. This was indeed his heartfelt words. Speaker Long's heart softened and he signed the application form. All right, there is no need for a public apology. There is also no need for a resignation letter. I will have someone issue a notice of your negotiated resignation. Negotiated resignation sounded slightly better than firing him, but of course it was not as good as resigning himself. In this way, Special Assistant Yang's chances of being promoted in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were indeed slim. Special Assistant Yang's heart trembled, but he did not struggle. He nodded and said, "All right, thank you, Speaker Long, for your magnanimity. I will definitely remember your great kindness." Special Assistant Yang brought the application form signed by Speaker Long to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The director of the Asian Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was his senior. He looked at the application form and the notice of negotiated resignation without saying anything. He also signed and asked someone to take him to complete the formalities. After he left, the director's secretary whispered, "Director, I heard that he was negotiated to leave because he had a conflict with his colleagues." "Yes, I know." The director nodded lightly. "There is no other way. We are lacking people, and no one is willing to go to the Indian embassy. At least he is willing. People who entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs were required to be stationed abroad for a period of time. However, everyone was willing to go to developed countries. Other countries were not as well off as the Huaxia Empire, so not many people were willing to go. This time, the Indian embassy was really lacking a lot of people, so the Ministry of Foreign Affairs urgently recruited people, especially for Speaker Long's state visit. That's true. Also, he has been with Speaker Long for many years. Sending him to the Indian embassy to be responsible for coordinating the work of the Senate's visit to India should be more efficient. The secretary nodded in agreement. Besides, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was not an organization with real power, so there was no money to be made. It was far worse than working in the Senate Secretariat. The director of the Asian department said, "This is an urgent matter. Let him go to the Indian embassy for a while, then transfer him back for training." Another day passed. Tomorrow was the day that Speaker Long and his party would set off. Gu Nianji drove her little red car to the Senate building for work. At lunchtime, her intercom rang. "Lawyer Gu, a few Japanese people want to see you. They are in the lobby on the first floor of the Senate building." Gu Nianji asked unhappily, "Do they have an appointment?" "If they don't, then let them wait in line first." "Lawyer Gu," I asked, and they said they don't have an appointment. However, they said they are from the Angel in the World Foundation in Japan. They are here to apologize to you and have some things to give to you in person. Gu Nianji frowned. "There is no need to apologize. I am in a lawsuit with them, so it is not convenient for me to see them in person. You can ask them to go back." The receptionist put down the phone and said to the Japanese people in front of her who were nodding and bowing, "I am sorry, our lawyer Gu said it is not convenient for her to see you." One of the Japanese people said in stiff Chinese, "Please tell lawyer Gu that she will. There is a box of things left by lawyer Gu's father. I want to hand it to her in person." The receptionist had no choice but to call Gu Nianji again. "Lawyer Gu, these Japanese people said they have something from your father and want to hand it to you in person." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat and thought about it. This was the Senate building, so why should she be afraid of them? She nodded. "Let them wait for a while. I will come down to take a look after I am done with my work." It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 1141. The receptionist at the front desk agreed and asked the Japanese, "Do you still want to wait? Lawyer Gu will come down in a while." "No problem, we'll wait." As the Japanese spoke, they walked to the side hall of the lobby and found a sofa in the corner to sit down. Gu Nianji sped up her work and finished what she was doing in no time. She looked at her watch after handing in the finished work to Special Assistant Zhuang. Half an hour had passed. Were the Japanese still waiting for her downstairs? Gu Nianji thought about it and called the front desk downstairs. "Hello, is this lawyer Gu?" The receptionist at the front desk could see the name on the internal line. Gu Nianji nodded and said apologetically, "I just finished. Do you still need me to come down?" The receptionist at the front desk nodded cheerfully. "Come down if you have time. They've been waiting in the side hall." Gu Nianji knew that the Senate building wasn't a place anyone could enter as they pleased. There were at least 3 rounds of security checks from the entrance of the courtyard to the entrance of the building's lobby. Even the phones they carried with them would be X-rayed to ensure that the phones weren't modified. And these Japanese even brought a suitcase. Gu Nianji was indeed interested. The Angels on Earth charity organization had a very close relationship with Gu Yanran. Based on Gu Yanran's speed and attitude for the past 7 years, it was possible that the charity organization really did have something that belonged to Gu Xiangwen. Gu Nianji thought about it and stood up to say to the receptionist, "I'm about to deliver something to Special Assistant Zhuang, so I'll come down." "Okay, I'll pass the message to them." No need, don't say anything. I'll come down and take a look. Gu Nianji hung up and grabbed her sunglasses from the table. She left the secretary's office and took the elevator down. She came out of the elevator on the second floor and planned to take the stairs to the lobby on the first floor. She also wanted to observe the Japanese while she was at it. At the corner of the stairs on the second floor, there happened to be a corner where she could see the reception room of the lobby on the first floor. She stood there with her arms crossed and watched silently for a while. She didn't see anything special about the Japanese. There were a total of 5 people. They were not young, probably over 60 years old. They had short, snow-white hair on their heads, and they were all very short and thin. They sat on the sofa in the corner and did not look around in the lobby. At the feet of the person in the middle was a translucent muji box. One could vaguely see the contents inside, which looked like paper and books. Gu Nianji spaced out for a while before slowly walking down the stairs. Gu Nianji walked around the tall white pillars in the lobby and came to where the 5 Japanese people were sitting. She took off her sunglasses and nodded at them with a smile. Hello, I'm Gu Nianji. The old Japanese man sitting in the middle suddenly looked up and stared at Gu Nianji with wide eyes. He looked at her carefully for a while and said disappointedly, Gu Nianji. You, Father Gu Xiangwen, don't look like him. Gu Nianji, did that mean she wasn't like her father? However, she had seen the photo of her father that Yi Xian had given her. Her nose was clearly the same as her father's. Gu Nianji pointed at herself. Are you serious? Did you really meet my father? Another Japanese man said, nose, like. Then the other 3 Japanese men nodded in unison. Nose, like. Gu Nianji, the Japanese man who said Gu Nianji didn't look like Gu Xiangwen, looked at her again and nodded reluctantly. Nose, like. Everything else, not like. Indeed, Gu Nianji only had a straight and elegant nose that was very similar to Gu Xiangwen's. Of course, her nose had the delicate outline of a woman's nose. It wasn't as handsome as Gu Xiangwen's, but the shape and direction were exactly the same. Other than the nose, the other parts of Gu Nianji's face were indeed different from Gu Xiangwen's. For example, Gu Xiangwen's eyes weren't big, but Gu Nianji's eyes were extraordinarily large. Not only were the outline of her eyes large, but her pupils were full, round, and dark. They had the effect of natural contact lenses. Therefore, if one first saw the eyes, it would be easy to conclude that the father and daughter didn't look alike at all. However, upon a second look, one would realize that the shape of the nose was exactly the same. Also, the temperament of the two was similar. They both had a charm that made people forget themselves and feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Gu Nianji was speechless by these Japanese people's broken Mandarin. She rolled her eyes in her mind, but still maintained a polite expression. I'll get an interpreter to come over. Please wait a moment. Gu Nianji felt that she couldn't have a deep conversation with these old Japanese people with their level of Mandarin. However, the old Japanese man in the middle reached out to stop her. No need. A note. Here. He took out a neatly folded note from his pocket and presented it to Gu Nianji with both hands. Gu Nianji was a full head taller than him. Faced with a gray-haired old man being so respectful to her, Gu Nianji couldn't help being polite even though he was Japanese. However, she didn't take the note. She only smiled and said slowly, I'm really sorry. Because of our rules, I can't have private contact with foreigners, so I must find someone to accompany me. If you don't mind, then we don't have to talk anymore. I have to go back to work. The Japanese people clearly didn't know about this rule. They looked at each other with suspicious expressions. Gu Nianji put her hands in the pockets of her straight trousers and smiled calmly. She bowed. If you don't want to, then forget it. I'm leaving. She turned to leave. Wait. One of the Japanese people said anxiously. Translator, you get one. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and nodded with a smile. She didn't look back. She took out her phone and called Hua Xiaoheng. I need a Japanese translator. Can you send one over? Hua Xiaoheng had just finished a meeting. As soon as he heard Gu Nianji's call, he immediately knew something was up. He said immediately, okay, I'll send you a Japanese translator right away. He'll be there in 10 minutes. As he spoke, Hua Xiaoheng immediately ordered a member of the Special Operations Forces who was proficient in Japanese to arrive at the Senate building in 10 minutes. It only took the person 8 minutes to arrive at the Senate building lobby. He looked up and saw Gu Nianji standing in front of a group of white-haired Japanese people. He quickly walked over and greeted them in Japanese. The Japanese people only breathed a sigh of relief when they heard their familiar language. They relaxed and told him the whole story. It turned out that Gu Nianji's lawsuit against the Angels on Earth charity organization was nearing an end. They had lost the case and had to return the Gu family's assets that Gu Yanran had illegally given to the charity. This included not only the $15 billion, but also many physical objects. These Japanese people weren't actually from the Angels on Earth charity organization. They were scientists who were doing scientific research funded by the charity organization. The box in front of them contained Gu Xiangwen's manuscripts and letters from back then. They were given to them by the charity organization. It was said that the Gu family had also donated them to the charity organization. In order to make the most of their use, they gave these manuscripts and letters to the scientists they funded. Gu Nianji's heart raced when she heard this. Her father's manuscripts and letters were actually in that alert box. This was such a breakthrough discovery. Hua Xiaoheng had searched for so long, but he hadn't found a single word left behind by Gu Xiangwen. However, she had an entire box of Gu Xiangwen's manuscripts and letters. The member of the Special Operations Forces who had rushed over to be the translator was also very surprised. However, he didn't show it. Instead, he professionally translated Gu Nianji and the 5 Japanese people's conversation and communicated with each other. Gu Nianji asked in surprise. Are these really my father's manuscripts and letters? What are they about? The Japanese people were a bit embarrassed. After looking at each other a few more times, they said. It's part of his scientific research, magnetic fields, and biotechnology. Gu Nianji's expression instantly turned ugly. She said stiffly, put it down. You can go now. She no longer smiled politely. She didn't even bother to make eye contact. The Japanese people also knew they were in the wrong. After bowing to her, they left dejectedly and only left the alert box in front of the sofa. Gu Nianji walked over slowly. Just as she was about to bend down to open the box, the Special Operations Forces member quickly stopped her. Miss Gu, don't touch it yet. As he spoke, he took out a pair of plastic gloves and handed them to Gu Nianji. Put it on before you open it. Gu Nianji forced a smile and took the plastic gloves from him. She put them on and picked up the box. The box wasn't big, but it was very heavy because it was filled with manuscripts and letters. It must be something from many years ago, right? If it was now, everyone would have electronic archives. Who would still use paper? Gu Nianji carefully caressed the box and turned to the translator. You were sent by Hua Xiao, right? The translator nodded. Take me to Hua Xiao. She picked up her phone and called Special Assistant Zhuang to ask for half a day's leave. Special Assistant Zhuang was making the final confirmation of Speaker Long's itinerary. He said to her, okay, go back and rest for half a day. Remember to gather here early tomorrow morning. They would be leaving for India the next day. Gu Nianji agreed. Carrying the box, she followed the translators sent by Hua Xiaoheng to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Hua Xiao, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Gu Nianji appeared in front of Hu Xiaoheng's office with the alert box. Her face was flushed and her eyes were bright. She looked very emotional. Hu Xiaoheng walked out from behind his desk and patted her shoulder. "Don't worry." He pointed to the coffee table in the office. "Put it up." Gu Nianji walked over and put the box down. Her hand never left the box. "Hu Xiao, I haven't opened it yet. They said it's my father's manuscripts and letters," she said excitedly and kept caressing the lid of the box. Gu Nianji had called Hu Xiaoheng on the way, so he already knew. Although he was also very excited, he was much calmer than Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng put on the plastic gloves and pushed Gu Nianji's hand away. He used both hands to lift the frame of the alert box. The translucent lid opened, revealing the yellowed manuscripts and letters inside. This was the first night watch. Today was the third night watch. Everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second night watch at 1 p.m., and the third night watch at 8 p.m. Yes, the third night watch would be changed to 8 p.m. moi. Chapter 1142. Gu Nianji stared blankly at the small box of manuscripts and letters and suddenly burst into tears. She covered her face and sat on the sofa, choking as she sobbed. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He sat next to her and pulled her into his arms, allowing her to cry in his arms. His embrace was as warm and firm as ever, with the scent of sunshine. It was as if he had just walked out of the blazing sun with a passion that could melt ice and snow. Gu Nianji felt very safe and cried to her heart's content in such an embrace. Hu Xiaoheng didn't stop her from crying, nor did he look through the contents of the box. He only patted Gu Nianji's back as he looked at the box. His eyes were deep and meaningful, as if they were covered by a layer of fog. The raging waves were hidden in the fog, and it was impossible to see his thoughts. After crying for a while, Gu Nianji felt much better. Tears were a great stress reliever, and it was easy to get depressed when holding back tears. After crying, she first opened the letter that the Japanese had given her with the box. The Japanese apologized very sincerely in the letter, saying that they felt very guilty for using Gu Xiangwen's research results without knowing the truth, and hoped that Gu Nianji would forgive them. Generally speaking, if technical manuscripts were donated to charity, they would theoretically be the property of the charity. The charity could handle these manuscripts to the extent permitted, including giving them to scientists for research. As the saying goes, ignorance is not a crime. If these Japanese scientists really didn't know where the information came from, it wasn't a big mistake. However, Gu Nianji was still unhappy. She pouted and threw the apology letter the Japanese had given her on the coffee table. She said angrily, "Thieves, pretending to be innocent after stealing someone else's things." She didn't believe that these Japanese scientists didn't know where these things came from. They were all 1,000-year-old foxes, so why were they putting on an act? Who would donate their own family's confidential technology? However, these Japanese scientists not only believed it, but also enjoyed the fruits of other people's labor with a clear conscience. It was simply stupid and vicious. Gu Nianji had cried so hard that she was still sobbing even after she stopped. After reading the letter, she asked while sobbing, "Hu Xiao, why don't you see what's in the box?" Hu Xiaoheng wiped her tears with a tissue and shook his head. "This is yours. How can I see it if you haven't seen it yet?" At the very least, Gu Nianji had to show him before he could see it. This made Gu Nianji want to cry again. She tugged at the corner of Hu Xiaoheng's shirt and looked at him with tears in her eyes. But the Japanese have already seen everything. Not only had he seen everything, but he had also studied it thoroughly. After all, it had been 7 years since Gu Xiangwen's accident. These Japanese scientists had obtained these manuscripts and letters for at least 4 to 5 years. Not only have they seen it, but they must have also entered it into the computer and saved it forever. Gu Nianji kicked the coffee table in displeasure. Did you think I would cry tears of gratitude just because you pretended to give it back to me? Pooh! You stole my things. How can I not spit them out? Gu Nianji grabbed the air with one hand. I want to dig their brains out. Any Japanese who stole her father's research results would die a horrible death. Hu Xiaoheng saw that she was struggling, so he simply put her on his lap and wrapped his arms tightly around her chest to restrain her. He comforted her. You don't have to be so angry. In my opinion, although those Japanese scientists took your father's manuscripts and letters for research, they didn't achieve anything. Gu Nianji suddenly calmed down. Really? No way. My father was so amazing. He could be considered a genius. How could there be no results? That's the truth, Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. If there were results, the Japanese would have bragged about it a long time ago. In fact, Japan hasn't made any major breakthroughs in scientific research in the past decade. The most recent breakthrough in quantum communication satellites was also stolen from the Huaxia Empire's research results. However, they didn't do either well, which was enough to prove that if the technology was too advanced, some people who didn't have enough IQ wouldn't be able to use it even if they stole it. Gu Nianji thought about it carefully. It seemed to be the case. Her mood improved a little. She wiped her nose with a tissue and whispered, I don't want my father's research results to be used to arm the Japanese. History had long proven that once Japan obtained an advantage over the Huaxia Empire in technology, they would immediately launch an invasion against the Huaxia Empire without hesitation. So we can't let our guard down for even a moment. Hu Xiaoheng patted her shoulder. That won't happen. We have our own independent research and development advantage, and we have a huge talent pool. In Japan, talents have withered in recent years. A generation of young people don't think about making progress and have become heisei otaku. Other than playing video games and watching cartoons, they have no achievements. A faint smile appeared on Gu Nianji's face. She said obediently, Okay, I'll listen to you. She was so obedient and easy to coax. She had her own ideas, but she wasn't headstrong or arrogant. She could listen to other people's opinions. This kind of Gu Nianji softened Hu Xiaoheng's hardened heart. If it weren't for the surveillance cameras in the office, he would have hugged her and made out with her right now. Unfortunately, he could only kiss her cheek. See if there are any clues in these things. Hu Xiaoheng reluctantly let go of her and got up to take a pair of very comfortable latex gloves for Gu Nianji. Were these better? Gu Nianji took off the relatively large plastic gloves on her hands and changed into the milky white latex gloves that were naturally like a second layer of skin. She started looking through the box. The things inside were neatly arranged. Roughly speaking, they were divided into two main categories, handwritten notes and letters. The handwritten notes were more messy. They were filled with formulas and graphics that Gu Nianji couldn't understand, but they were neatly bound and numbered in order. As for the letters, they were divided into two categories. One was directly placed in a large brown paper envelope, and the other was placed in a normal envelope with a stamp on it. The letters in the brown paper envelopes were all photocopies. They were written by Gu Xiangwen to Ishihara Bai-san. The letters in the normal envelopes were written by Ishihara Bai-san to Gu Xiangwen. They were all originals and had been mailed with a stamp. Gu Nianji guessed that Gu Xiangwen probably had the habit of archiving everything. Even if it was a letter he had mailed himself, he would make a copy and save it. This was probably one of the quirks of scientists. Looking at the dates on the letters, it was before the two of them went to the United States to attend university. In other words, they knew each other before going to the United States to attend university. Gu Nianji randomly picked out two of Gu Xiangwen's letters from the brown paper envelope to read. The contents of the letters were all academic discussions about magnetic fields. They were written in English. Gu Nianji could recognize every word, but when they were strung together, she couldn't understand what they meant. There were all kinds of physics jargon. She didn't understand it, but it sounded awesome. However, the English handwriting looked so familiar, Gu Nianji's interest was piqued. She took out all the letters and flipped through them one by one. The letters were all in English. None of them were in Chinese. The handwriting on the letters was elegant and beautiful. Huashao, don't you think the handwriting on this letter looks familiar? Gu Nianji curiously placed a letter from Gu Xiangwen in his hands. Huashaoheng was also wearing translucent latex gloves. He took it and looked at it. His eyes narrowed as he said, Nianji, do you remember the little paper ball that Reinitz gave you? Gu Nianji yelped and slapped her head. I remember now. This handwriting is very similar to the handwriting on Reinitz's note. It was the second watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It was 8:00 in the evening. Yes, the third watch would be changed to 8:00 in the evening from now on. Mwah. Chapter 1143. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other. A cloud of suspicion rose in their hearts at the same time. Why did Reinitz have the same handwriting as Gu Xiangwen? Did he really want to help Gu Nianji find her father? Gu Nianji originally thought that Reinitz was deliberately mystifying things, but now it seemed that he knew much more than she thought. Huashao, where do you think Reinitz got that note? Huashaoheng said slowly, we have to investigate this carefully. They had all the system information of the German Federal Intelligence Service, so they should be able to search the contents to see if they could find any clues. Gu Nianji had the urge to call Reinitz directly to question him, but then she thought about it again. Reinitz was already taking a risk by giving her the note. If she rashly called, she might accidentally sell Reinitz out. After thinking about it for a while, she resisted the urge and decided not to call Reinitz. She looked at the acrylic box in front of her and said to Huashao, Huashao, I don't understand these things either, but they should be useful to the country. I'll donate them to Ms. Song's Institute of High Energy Physics. Huashaoheng was slightly taken aback and instinctively said, this is your father's thing. Aren't you going to keep it as a souvenir? I think my father would want these things to be put to good use. What's the use of leaving it with me even if I burn 3 joss sticks in the morning and night? Gu Nianji shrugged. I'm commemorating my father, not worshipping the box. What she wanted to know more was what the Japanese had learned from these things. And only a professional like Song Jining could see clearly. Huashaoheng thought about it. How about this? We'll give the magnetic field stuff to Ms. Song, and the biology stuff to Chen Lai. What do you think? Okay, I have no objections. Gu Nianji immediately agreed. Do you want me to sign a donation agreement? Of course you have to sign it. You can't be sloppy with the procedures. As Huashaoheng spoke, he walked to his desk and used the internal line to call General G. He briefly explained the situation here. General G gasped. They actually gave it to the Japanese. Yes, although they've returned some of the things, we still don't know how useful they are. They could only rely on the professional's opinion. General G immediately nodded in agreement. Have Nianji sign an agreement, then make copies of the documents and file them. Give Director Song and Dr. Chen a copy each. Yes, sir. Huashaoheng straightened his back and stood tall and straight. Now that everything had been arranged, Gu Nianji also stood up. Huashao, I'll leave you to your work. I have to go back and pack my things. I'll be visiting India with Speaker Long tomorrow. Huashaoheng turned to look at her. I'll take you there. It's okay, I can drive back myself. Gu Nianji waved her hand. Go on with your work. It's okay, I'll give you a ride. I happen to have something to do there. Hua Xiaoheng took the car keys and called In Shixiang over at the same time. He pointed at the box and said, take this and make 3 copies. Keep one for your files and leave the other 2 with me. I'll distribute them. Yes, Chief. In Shixiang immediately saluted with a serious expression. Gu Nianji glanced at him and didn't joke with him like before. She quietly followed Hua Xiaoheng out. Hua Xiaoheng sent her back to her home in Hepingli and kissed her cheek. Have a safe trip. Be careful and don't act alone in India. I'll contact you. Gu Nianji was anxious to go back and read the note Reinitz gave her. She nodded hastily. I know. Don't worry. India was famous for being a violent country. She was just a little girl, so of course she wouldn't be careless enough to wander around in an unfamiliar place. Watching Gu Nianji walk into the elevator of the apartment building, Hua Xiaoheng lowered the window and took out a cigarette to smoke for a while. In a place where Gu Nianji couldn't see, he frowned deeply and quietly thought about the recent events. He kept feeling like the truth was faintly discernible and was waving at them not far ahead. But his intuition told him that things wouldn't be so simple. But the temptation was too great. Even though he knew it could be a trap, he still couldn't help but jump into it himself to find out how deep the trap was. After smoking for a while, Hua Xiaoheng's surveillance system indicated that Gu Nianji had entered the apartment. He threw away the cigarette and sent a text to Gu Nianji. Have you arrived? Gu Nianji quickly replied, yes, your timing is so accurate. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and started the car. He drove out of the Hepingli precinct's parking lot and headed in the direction of B University. When he was almost at the B University professor's building, Hua Xiaoheng called He Zhichu. He Zhichu had just finished grading a few theses of his doctoral students. Seeing that it was Hua Xiaoheng's caller ID, he frowned but still picked up. Hua Xiao. I just looked out the window. It's still dark. The sun hasn't risen from the west yet. He Zhichu laughed mockingly. Hua Xiaoheng ignored him and said calmly, Professor He, there are a few things I want to show you. Is it convenient? He Zhichu stretched his long legs lazily. What is it? I'm not a curious person. I'm not interested in everything. It's about Gu Xiangwen. He Zhichu's body stiffened. Come on up. Hua Xiaoheng sat in front of He Zhichu and passed his phone to him. The first one is a note that Nianji received. This is what the Japanese specially returned to her today. His phone had a photo file of the information. He Zhichu looked at the note, and his frown deepened. Nianji showed me this note. She said it was related to her father, but she didn't tell me who gave it to her. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it. Since he needed He Zhichu's help, he could only be honest with him. Reinitz and He Zhichu were both enemies, but He Zhichu was definitely on Gu Nianji's side. Reinitz gave this to Nianji. Of course, he secretly gave it to her. He Zhichu's expression darkened even more. He said coldly, what is Reinitz trying to do? You still haven't given up. No matter what his purpose is, look at his note. Isn't it the same font as what the Japanese returned? Hua Xiaoheng discussed it with He Zhichu. Of course, they still needed a handwriting expert to verify it. Before they could decipher the meaning of the 2 poems, they had another clue. Professor He, why do you think the Japanese returned this box of things? Hua Xiaoheng pointed to the photo on his phone. He Zhichu snorted. Of course it's because of our lawsuit. Do you think they'll find their conscience and voluntarily return the stolen things to the owner? The only way to deal with these people was with the law and force. It was useless to talk about conscience and morality. Talking about what they didn't have was like playing the lute to a cow. Nianji's going to win the lawsuit. Almost. He Jichu returned Hu Xiaoheng's phone to him. He didn't seem to care. I warned Nianji to be careful of the Japanese. Seeing that they're about to spit out the meat in their mouths, they wouldn't be Japanese if they didn't go crazy. Thinking back to the kamikaze suicide squad in the war, the Japanese would even kill themselves when they went crazy. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't surprised. He said calmly, I thought so too. Now that Professor He has confirmed it, I know what to do. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and shook hands with He Jichu with a smile. He Jichu walked him to the door and suddenly asked, when is Nianji going to India? Tomorrow's flight. Hu Xiaoheng smiled at him and turned to leave. That night, He Jichu didn't sleep at all. He sorted out the work at hand and made a simple handover with the professors in the department. Then he applied for a 2-week leave from the department, saying he was sick and needed to return to the United States for treatment. Before dawn, he took his private plane and left the Huaxia Empire. The next morning, Gu Nianji also went to the airport and took the Huaxia Empire's private plane to India with Speaker Long and the others. At the same time, Hu Xiaoheng was appointed by General Ji to lead the Huaxia Empire's most elite special forces to Russia to participate in the International Special Forces competition in 2 weeks. This was the Huaxia Empire's 8th time participating in such a competition, and Hu Xiaoheng was the first all-around champion. The next few times, he disappeared without a trace and never went back. Now that he returned to the competition as the head of the military, he immediately attracted the attention of all parties. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Everyone's monthly and recommendation votes. Yes, the third watch will be changed to 8 in the evening from now on. Mwah. Chapter 1144. It was 5 in the morning in early April in Moscow, and the entire city was like a sick tiger that had just been awakened and was still asleep. Only a faint trace of the misty white moon appeared on the horizon, indicating the arrival of dawn. The military airport in the western suburbs of Moscow, Otav Airport, was currently on standby for a military plane from the Huaxia Empire. The Russian Minister of Defense, Sergei, had come to receive them. Minister Sergei, why did the Huaxia Empire's special forces come so early this time? Sergei's female secretary, Natasha, covered her mouth and yawned. She asked in confusion, the opening ceremony of the competition is in 2 weeks. At that time, the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition would be held in Patriot Park on the outskirts of Moscow. However, it was still too early for them to come now. The other countries were probably still forming their teams at this time. However, because the Huaxia Empire's team leader this time was Major General Hu Xiaoheng, whom everyone thought highly of, their country also gave them a very high standard reception. In order to wait for this plane, they had woken up at 3 in the morning just to welcome the Huaxia Empire's military plane. Sergei glanced at his watch and said expressionlessly, "Comrade Natasha, if you complain again, I'll have to send you back." Natasha was so shocked that she was completely awake and didn't dare to say another word. After waiting for another half an hour, they heard rustling footsteps behind them. Natasha turned around and was instantly stunned. She quickly poked Minister of Defense Sergei's back and said, "Minister, the Prime Minister is here." Sergei turned around in surprise and saw their Prime Minister, Gerald, striding over. "Minister Sergei, you're here so early." Prime Minister Gerald was tall and burly, but he had a very gentle personality. "Prime Minister, why are you here?" Sergei quickly went over to shake his hand and said with a smile, "I'll report to you after I receive them." "It's nothing. I was asked by the President to meet an old friend of the President," Prime Minister Gerald said with a smile. Prime Minister Gerald chuckled. "After all, this Major General of the Huaxia Empire is practically from the same school as our President. The current President of Russia was a famous KGB general when he was young, so it was no wonder that he favored Hu Xiaoheng, who was also from the Special Forces. When he heard that even the president was paying special attention to this upcoming major general from the Huaxia Empire, Sergei didn't dare to be disrespectful. He nodded with emotion and said humbly, "I met him once during the Jordan Special Forces competition. At that time, he had just graduated from Israel's Mossad and appeared in front of everyone for the first time. He won the individual all-around championship in a surprise move and then disappeared without a trace. At that time, our president said that this person was definitely not just an ordinary soldier." Prime Minister Gerald laughed heartily. "At the time, I also said that with such a handsome Special Forces soldier, even if he doesn't have any skills, as long as he puts on his uniform and stands out, I reckon that all the female enemy soldiers will automatically kneel before him, ha 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 ha." Gerald thought he was being humorous, but Sergei, who was a military man, instantly flushed with anger. Using the tone of an internet celebrity to ridicule the soldiers who fought with their lives on the line was an insult. Sergei suddenly turned his head and ignored the seemingly amiable prime minister. He looked at the horizon where the first rays of dawn had just appeared. At that moment, a large military aircraft with 5 large red stars on its fuselage was already speeding over from the horizon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rumbling sound of engines instantly filled the air above the military airport. Prime Minister Gerald frowned almost imperceptibly. However, when the aircraft steadily landed on the military airport and the cabin door opened, Gerald had already put on his most amiable smile and walked in front of Defense Minister Sergei. Hu Xiaoheng's tall and straight figure appeared at the cabin door. He wore a military cap low on his head, making him look extraordinarily heroic. He wore an olive green mid-length general's military coat with a tight belt around his waist. His shoulders were wide, his waist was narrow, and his legs were almost heaven-defying. He raised his head slightly, revealing a handsome face that even the early summer sun paled in comparison. He was strong and sunny, yet cold and ruthless, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The female Russian soldiers at the airport who had come to receive him couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Sergei's female secretary, Natasha, was completely awake by now. She took off her beret and waved it cheerfully at Hu Xiaoheng, who was standing at the cabin door. She even put her other hand in her mouth and whistled. Sergei was so angry that he turned around and glared at Natasha. "Shut up." Natasha quickly put on her beret, and her chubby, round face immediately turned serious. "Mr. Minister, I'm welcoming a friend from afar, an ally." "Humph." Sergei turned around angrily and saw that Prime Minister Gerald had already walked to the front. He quickly chased after him. Hu Xiaoheng walked down the suspension ladder and shook hands with Prime Minister Gerald with a smile. He said in fluent Russian, "I didn't expect the Prime Minister to grace us with his presence." "What an honor. You're too kind." Major General Hu's appearance is indeed extraordinary, ha 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 ha. Prime Minister Gerald laughed even more happily. He grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's hand and turned sideways to pose for the accompanying reporters to take pictures. Because Gerald's face was relatively chubby, he played a little trick and stood back to push Hu Xiaoheng in front of the camera. After taking the pictures, he happily looked at the photos taken by the reporters. He discovered that even though he stood back, his face was still a third bigger than Hu Xiaoheng's. Minister Sergei looked over and couldn't stop smiling. He grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's other hand and shook it. "Major General Hu, I've heard a lot about you. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hu Xiaoheng also replied politely in Russian, "Mr. Minister Sergei, you were the military expert I admired when I was young." "Oh. Oh. Ha 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 ha." As the saying went, flattery never works. This principle was the same in ancient times and modern times, as well as outside the Huaxia Empire. Sergei was overjoyed by Hu Xiaoheng's words and immediately recognized Hu Xiaoheng as a close friend. He was even more affectionate towards him. At that moment, the Special Forces soldiers that Hu Xiaoheng had brought to participate in the competition also disembarked from the plane. They automatically lined up behind Hu Xiaoheng, and no matter how one looked at them, it was a straight line. Their heads were held high, and their valiant auras were overwhelming. They had the same long legs and good looks, but they were different from those little fresh meat who only relied on their looks. Sergei and Gerald were both stunned. They looked at the Huaxia Empire's soldiers, then looked at their own soldiers who were either fat or short. They felt very upset. Sergei nudged Hua Xiaoheng with his elbow and said softly, "Major General Hua, did you make a mistake? We are participating in the International Special Forces competition this time, not the Honor Guard competition. Do you want to play Katyusha again and compare our special forces to dwarfs and orcs?" Ah! Pfft. The female secretary, Natasha, who was standing next to Sergei, covered her mouth and laughed. Sergei was very resentful about last year's Red Square military parade. The long-legged honor guard from the Huaxia Empire sang Katyusha loudly during their training at night, instantly comparing the honor guards from other countries to trash. As a result, there was still a video of the parade circulating online, claiming to be the elves, Huaxia Empire's honor guard, and the orcs and dwarfs. Hua Xiaoheng looked back at his soldiers noncommittally and said in an extremely calm voice, "It can't be helped. I've already eliminated all those who are too good-looking." Sergei. What the F***ck? You can do whatever you want just because you're good-looking. Gerald. Acting cool while invisible is the most lethal. The president has made a mistake. The female secretary, Natasha, quickly smoothed things over. "Major General Hua, this way please. We've arranged accommodation for you near Patriot Park on the outskirts of Moscow." Sergei snapped back to his senses and suppressed his resentment. He walked with Hua Xiaoheng shoulder to shoulder as he said, "There's a row of newly renovated barracks over there. You're early, so you can pick one to stay in first." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. "Thank you, Minister. But I have a request that I hope you can agree to." Of course, of course." Sergei's female secretary, Natasha, was mesmerized by Hua Xiaoheng's elegance and spoke first before Sergei could speak. Sergei glared at her before turning to Hua Xiaoheng and saying the same thing, "Of course, of course." Prime Minister Gerald was speechless. He was treating him like a dead man. Hua Xiaoheng smiled at Natasha. Natasha instantly felt like she was running out of blood, and her heart almost stopped. "Thank you, Comrade Natasha," Hua Xiaoheng said politely. "You know my name." Natasha was pleasantly surprised, and her impression of Hua Xiaoheng improved. "Minister Sergei is someone I look up to, and his secretary isn't a nobody either. Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't underestimate anyone here." Although Russia's national strength hadn't been that great in recent years, their military and intelligence agencies were either ranked first or second on the entire blue planet. Compared to the United States, Hua Xiaoheng valued Russia even more. His words flattered both Natasha and Sergei. Then, he turned to look at Prime Minister Gerald and said with a faint smile, "It would be even better if His Excellency could make things easier for us." "No problem, no problem. His Excellency the President has instructed me to satisfy all of Major General Hua's requests." Gerald immediately agreed when he saw Hua Xiaoheng's smiling face. He was just short of patting his chest to guarantee it. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and got into the private car with them before saying, "It's like this. Because we came too early, a full 2 weeks ahead of schedule, I'm worried that my soldiers' morale will slacken, so I want them to undergo 2 weeks of closed-door training. I hope the military camp you've arranged will meet this requirement." A closed-door military training camp was truly a closed-door training camp. The people inside would be completely cut off from all communication and interaction with the outside world. Outsiders would also never be allowed to trespass into the closed-door training camp. Once the closed-door training camp was marked, the area would become a restricted military zone. This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1 p.m., and the third watch at 8 p.m. That's right, the third watch would be changed to 8 p.m. P.S. I posted a short video on Weibo to test the waters. My dear friends, you can go take a look. Mwah. Chapter 1145. In order to win the Special Forces competition, Hua Xiaoheng's request was completely reasonable, and there were precedents for it. Defense Minister Sergei immediately said, "That's not a problem. Tell Natasha what procedures you need, and she'll get it done for you." Prime Minister Gerald crossed his arms in the back and asked curiously. "A completely closed training camp? Do you need Wi-Fi?" Hua Xiaoheng replied. "No, I just want them to train without any distractions. Our training camps in the country block Wi-Fi." Impressive. Russia's Defense Minister Sergei gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. "You guys are better than those Indian soldiers. I heard a few days ago that an Indian soldier shot his superior officer because he didn't allow him to play games on his phone while on duty." Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. "Believe me, it's true." Sergei's secretary, Natasha, quickly tried to save her boss's dignity. "It's on the news." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Really? Then will India be participating in the International Special Forces competition this time?" "Of course, they'll be coming. They're going to have a joint military exercise with our country." Natasha curled her lips and showed a slutty expression. She obviously looked down on India, and kept talking about the jokes about the Indian Special Forces, such as carrying yoga mats with them, cooking in the wilderness and cooking curry while on a mission, which ended up attracting the enemy. Blah, blah, blah. Blah blah. Hua Xiaoheng listened with great interest and subconsciously asked a lot of deeper questions. Prime Minister Gerald suddenly remembered Hua Xiaoheng's previous identity and felt that Natasha had leaked the information. He quickly coughed and interrupted Natasha. "There are many countries coming this time. Other than your country and India, there are also the United States, Japan, India, Korea, Israel, England, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, and so on. That many. Then we really need to pick a good place to stay early." Hua Xiaoheng calmly changed the topic and stopped talking about other countries. They drove past Moscow's Red Square. On both sides of the Red Square were the Kremlin's red brick buildings, which looked bright red from afar. Only Red Square, on a grand scale, could suppress the Kremlin's big red wall. If it was the pitifully small Times Square in New York City, surrounded by a circle of red-walled buildings, it would drive people crazy. Sitting in the car, Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and looked at the red walls and white tiles in the distance under the blue sky and white clouds. He also looked at the very distinctive Vasily Cathedral opposite the Kremlin. It looked like a house from a fairy tale. He guessed that Gu Nianji would like this kind of thing. Natasha, his secretary, was beside him in the car, telling him the history of Moscow's Red Square. "It's here. During the World War, Stalin had a military parade here. After the parade, everyone went straight to the battlefield and fought bravely. We won the battle to defend Moscow and directly turned the tide of the war." Although it wasn't Hua Xiaoheng's first time in Moscow, it was his first time visiting Moscow as an official major general of the Huaxia Imperial Army. He probably knew the history of Moscow's Red Square better than Natasha did, but all the same he was affected by her pride. He stared at the quiet and calm Red Square outside the window, imagining the exciting military parade. Countless young men sang Katyusha from here to the battlefield. Most of them didn't come back alive, and they didn't see the victory after the war. No one knew their names, but their achievements would live on forever. But after so many years, perhaps many people had forgotten how difficult it was to obtain peace. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly raised his right hand and gave a standard military salute to Moscow's Red Square. Natasha, who had been talking incessantly, stopped abruptly, and the corners of her eyes became moist. She wiped them with the back of her hand and pretended not to care. She waited quietly for Hu Xiaoheng to put down his right hand before nodding at him with a smile. Defense Minister Sergei couldn't help but have a better impression of Hu Xiaoheng. Even Prime Minister Gerald, who was a bit picky about Hu Xiaoheng, fell silent. He had to admit that a soldier who respected the deceased unsung heroes was a soldier who was truly worthy of respect. A country with such a soldier was terrifyingly powerful. The car quickly drove past Red Square and headed towards the suburbs. Sergei's secretary, Natasha, became lively again. He could hear her chattering along the way, her laughter like silver bells. Hu Xiaoheng gradually gained a lot of information from Natasha's casual narration. For example, he knew that the Japanese special forces would be arriving in Moscow the next day, only a day later than them. Also, the United States would be staying with Israel this time, so they could learn from each other first. Also, India still hadn't been able to assemble a team to compete. 2 hours had passed by the time their car arrived at the military camp near Patriot Park on the outskirts of Moscow. Hu Xiaoheng got out of the car and first shook hands with Defense Minister Sergei and Prime Minister Gerald to thank them for their warm hospitality. Sergei and Gerald treated Hu Xiaoheng with the highest level of respect. This time, even Natasha wouldn't personally receive the special forces from other countries when they arrived in Russia. Instead, a few of Natasha's secretaries would receive them. After Sergei and Gerald left, Hu Xiaoheng and Natasha walked around the entire military camp. "Leave this place to us." Hu Xiaoheng circled an enclosed barracks. There were all kinds of training grounds in the open space inside the barracks: grasslands, swamps, trenches, hillsides, pools, obstacle nets, shooting ranges. Anything needed for the competition could be practiced here. Natasha readily agreed. "That's all right. What else do you need?" "I want barbed wire for this perimeter wall, the kind that can be electrified." Hu Xiaoheng wrote out a list and asked Natasha for the goods. Natasha looked at it for a while, then looked up at Hu Xiaoheng with a smile. "Major General Hu, have you thought carefully about what you want? Sometimes, the more mysterious something is, the more curious it is. Curiosity killed the cat." Hu Xiaoheng smiled faintly and folded his hands behind his back as he looked at the perimeter wall that was as tall as a person. If the cat was killed, it wouldn't be curious anymore. It was a casual statement, but Natasha could actually hear the murderous intent in it. However, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she was a little excited. A warring nation liked people with guts. "As long as you know." Natasha took out her electronic notebook and wrote down all of Hu Xiaoheng's requests. "I'll send them to you in the afternoon." Hu Xiaoheng nodded and walked Natasha out. Natasha was indeed true to her word and delivered all of Hu Xiaoheng's requests in the afternoon. She didn't have anything to do today, so she stayed with Hu Xiaoheng and the others to see how they would decorate the barracks. Soon, the perimeter wall that surrounded the barracks, which was as tall as a person, was densely covered with a layer of electric fence. Once the electricity was turned on, people outside couldn't come in, and people inside couldn't go out. There were also sensors buried in the corners under the perimeter wall. As soon as someone broke in, the sensors would sound the alarm. Needless to say, there were all kinds of surveillance cameras. There were almost 360 degrees of surveillance in all directions of the camp without any blind spots. When Natasha saw that the 8 screens she had brought were put to use in this way, she gasped. "You guys are serious?" "Of course." Hu Xiaoheng adjusted the screen disapprovingly. "What's the point of me faking this?" Natasha was relieved. "It seems that you guys really want to win, of course. If we don't want to win, why would we participate in the competition?" Hu Xiaoheng straightened up and looked at the surveillance screen in front of him. "I hope they can stand up to the test." On the first day in Moscow, the Special Forces soldiers spent their time repairing and setting up the camp. At noon the next day, the Japanese Special Forces soldiers who had come to participate in the competition also arrived in Moscow. This was the second watch. Today was the third watch. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8:00 in the evening, the third watch. Yes, the third watch will be changed to 8:00 in the evening from now on. P.S. I've posted a short play on my Weibo, Writer's Cambrian, to test the waters. You guys can go take a look. Mwah. Chapter 1146. When the Japanese Special Forces arrived, the Russian Minister of Defense and Prime Minister did not go to the airport to welcome them. They were towed by several large trucks to the camp on the outskirts of Moscow and picked a place close to the Huaxia Imperial Special Forces barracks to stay. Reporting. Chief, the barracks next door are occupied. They are Japanese, a Special Forces scout in charge of training and guarding reported to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng had found out from Natasha yesterday. He nodded without surprise. Be careful. This is a restricted military area. Trespassers will be killed. Yes, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the Special Forces soldiers in front of him with a sharp gaze and said sternly, "You are here to compete on behalf of our country and our army. Since you are here, you must fight for first place. And a military competition doesn't start when you arrive at the field and hear the whistle. But from the moment you arrive on this land and get off the plane, the competition begins. Do you remember?" "Yes, Chief." The Special Forces soldier's voice was so loud that even the camp next door could hear it. However, the Japanese soldiers were quiet as if there was no one there. After Hu Xiaoheng finished lecturing them, he walked to a small building in the barracks that was used as a sentry tower and observed the Japanese Special Forces. They didn't look very tall, with an average height of about 1.7 meters, but the expressions on their faces were still very sharp and vigilant. When they looked at people, their eyes flashed and they constantly looked around them to see if there was any situation. Hu Xiaoheng watched for a while expressionlessly and said to the soldier in charge of guarding the sentry tower, "Pay attention to the situation over there. We are training in a completely enclosed area. If anyone breaks in, you will be dealt with according to military law." "Yes, Chief." The Special Forces soldier in charge of guarding the sentry tower gripped his gun tightly. Although it was a military competition and was similar to a drill, there were still casualties. It wasn't completely a show. Hu Xiaoheng turned back to look at the Japanese Special Forces soldiers again. He narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly went down the small building of the sentry tower. On the second night in Moscow, the Huaxia Imperial Special Forces soldiers were so tired after a whole day of training that they directly fell asleep on the bed. When it was almost midnight, the entire camp was quiet. Dozens of strong lads were sleeping soundly. The October night in Moscow was very cold, the wind was blowing, the moonlight was exquisite, the treetops were gently swaying, the height of a person was quietly bathed in the moonlight, the barbed wire on top of the fence was shining coldly. There were some big trees planted on the side of the wall. The leaves that had fallen over the winter were now growing again. Although they were not dense, it was not a problem to hide a person. A man in camouflage quietly climbed up the tree. These trees were the ones beside the perimeter wall of the barracks where the Huaxia Imperial Special Forces lived. Climbing these trees, one could directly overlook the training camp. The man looked through his binoculars for a while and didn't see anything special. He had taken a few photos during the day and was sure that their commander was Hu Xiaoheng. The news had already been sent out, but he did not give up. He wanted to observe further. Furthermore, it was night time and the other party was sleeping. If he could sneak in and take this opportunity to kill Hu Xiaoheng, then they wouldn't have to worry about India failing. As long as Hu Xiaoheng was gone, Gu Nianji would be a piece of meat on their chopping board. They could take her life at any time. The more the man thought about it, the more excited he became, and his hands began to tremble. He waved down and gestured to the people he had brought with him. He planned to have them climb up the tree and jump from the tree to the Huaxia Imperial Special Forces camp. This way, they could bypass the barbed wire on the perimeter wall. At that moment, when he set up his binoculars again, he was shocked to see a black gun barrel appear in the cross-shaped section of his binoculars. Oh no! He had been discovered. However, the man did not have the chance to think twice. The other party had already pulled the trigger. Bang! The dull sound of a gunshot cut through the tranquility of the night. Boom! Someone fell from the tree and landed in the completely enclosed Huaxia Imperial camp. There's a situation. Everyone gather. The Huaxia Imperial Camp Special Forces were awakened by the sentries. They quickly picked up the guns by the bedside and went into battle. They hid in their respective positions and quietly watched. However, by the time dawn came, no one dared to spy on them anymore. The sky was bright, and the sunlight danced on the verdant treetops. The blue sky was filled with white clouds, and the air was fresh. Birds chirped in the branches. Retreat. Continue training as usual. Hu Xiaoheng looked around and walked to the body that had fallen from the tree last night. Inform the Russians that someone trespassed into our completely enclosed camp yesterday. We took the necessary action. Soon, the Russians, who had received news from both Japan and Huaxia, arrived. The person who came to handle the situation was Minister of Defense Sergei's secretary, Natasha. What happened? Your Excellency Natasha, one of our special forces soldiers went missing yesterday. We request to search the Huaxia Imperial camp. The Japanese were so indignant that they almost tied a band on their forehead and wrote words like "kill" and "fight to the death" on it. Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Your people went missing. Why do you want to search our camp? Can't you see the sign over there?" The sign was black in color. In addition to the words, completely enclosed training camp, military restricted zone, written in Russian, Mandarin, and English, there was also a very eye-catching white skull drawn on it. The Japanese Special Forces leader choked, but he was not to be outdone. He waved his arms and said, "But lives are at stake. The competition hasn't started yet. You can't detain our people." Detain? We never detain people who trespass into our completely enclosed training camp. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at the sky and said calmly, "Because people who trespass into our completely enclosed training camp are already dead." What did you say? The Japanese leader was shocked. You're crazy. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him and said to the amused Natasha, "Comrade Natasha, this way please." He took her and the leader of the Japanese team into the camp. The body was still lying in the grass at the bottom of the wall. Shiwa-kun. What happened to you? The Japanese leader saw his most elite soldier die in a foreign country. He rushed over and knelt in front of Hu Xiaoheng, crying his heart out. Hu Xiaoheng and Natasha looked at each other, speechless. Who killed him? The Japanese leader turned around and glared at Hu Xiaoheng. We're going to sue you. We're going to the International Military Court. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips. The International Military Court only deals with war criminals who have committed heinous crimes, such as your Japanese Hideki Tojo. That's only one person dead. It's not enough to go to the International Military Court. You! The Japanese leader was so angry that his eyes were about to split open. He felt that the smile on Hu Xiaoheng's face was an eyesore. Natasha spoke up to be the peacemaker. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I think it's all a misunderstanding. Casualties are inevitable during a military exercise. If it was a real competition, we'd accept it. But it hasn't even started yet, and they're trying to murder him. The Japanese leader pointed at Hu Xiaoheng angrily. Hu Xiaoheng spread his hands and drawled, "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was the Japanese Special Forces. This is a completely sealed camp, a restricted military zone. Trespassers are killed without question. Our soldiers are only carrying out orders. If you want to blame someone, blame me." If Yin Shixiang or Zhao Liangzi were here, they would realize that Hu Xiaoheng's tone and expression were strangely similar to Gu Nianji's when she angered someone to death. "How can you do this? You're doing this on purpose." The Japanese leader stomped his feet in anger and glared at Natasha. "This isn't over. You have to give me an explanation." "An explanation for what?" Hu Xiaoheng spoke up to help Natasha out. "Don't say that he trespassed into our completely sealed camp and deserved it. Even if it was a manslaughter, it's a friendly fire on the battlefield. It's a common thing in the US military. They often kill and injure their own people and allies. If you have an opinion, go find out how the US military handles friendly fire." "Fires." Natasha suppressed her laughter and nodded. "That's right. According to the international practice set by the Americans, friendly fire only needs a verbal apology." Hu Xiaoheng immediately followed. "Sorry." Hu Xiaoheng immediately followed. "Sorry. Here's the number and address of the crematorium." Natasha played her role as an all-around secretary and took care of the death, cremation, and burial. The Japanese leader could tell that the Russians were on the Huaxia Empire's side. He glared at Hu Xiaoheng and ordered the body of the Japanese Special Forces soldier to be taken away. The Japanese leader could tell that the Russians were on the Huaxia Empire's side. He glared at Hu Xiaoheng and ordered the body of the Japanese Special Forces soldier to be taken away. After they left, Hu Xiaoheng said to Natasha, "Comrade Natasha, please help us inform all the participating special forces about this. The Huaxia Empire has always been a peace-loving people. I don't want to be friendly anymore. I don't want friendly fire anymore." Natasha's lips twitched. She was even more impressed by Hu Xiaoheng's ability to lie through his teeth. The Russians were at a disadvantage because of this. Although they usually fought if they didn't like it, they weren't good with words, so they were often suppressed by the Western public opinion. "Okay, I'll inform all the participating teams. I hope you can have a quiet training camp." Natasha winked at Hu Xiaoheng. After that, all the participating teams knew that the Huaxia Empire's completely sealed camp was a true restricted military area. The Japanese Special Forces soldiers had already tried it and demonstrated it to everyone. No one dared to spy on the Huaxia Empire's Special Forces camp anymore. The next night, Hu Xiaoheng lectured his soldiers for the last time. He said coldly, "There are only two ways to intimidate the opponent. One is to ask for money, and the other is to ask for their lives. We are soldiers. We can't ask for money from the other party, so we can only ask for their lives. You have to remember, kill the enemy if you can, and never show mercy." After the lecture, Hu Xiaoheng returned to his barracks and began to pack his things. He wondered what Gu Nianji was doing in India at this time. Gu Nianji and Speaker Long arrived at the international airport in New Delhi, the capital of India, 2 days ago. The only person who came to greet them was the Speaker of the Federal House of Parliament of India, who was also the Vice President of India. However, everyone knew that the President and Vice President of India were just mascots, and the Prime Minister was the real power figure. However, Prime Minister Dimo was nowhere to be seen. The airport was also quiet. There was no honor guard to receive foreign VIPs, nor were there any domestic expatriates waiting. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she followed Speaker Long down the plane ladder. The Vice President of India greeted them with a smile, shook Speaker Long's hand, and said, "I'm sorry, the Prime Minister of Japan is also visiting India today, but he is not coming to our capital. Instead, he is going to our Prime Minister's hometown, Gujarat." Our Prime Minister and the honor guard have gone to welcome them. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Yes, the third watch will be changed to 8:00 in the evening from now on. P.S. I've posted a small short play on Writer's Cambrian to test the waters. You can go take a look. Mwah. Chapter 1147. Gu Nianji didn't know how Speaker Long managed to cultivate his self-restraint, but he could still smile amiably after hearing such infuriating and perfunctory words. There was no one else like him. However, just because Speaker Long couldn't say it didn't mean that she couldn't. Indian scum, they wouldn't be able to understand if they were too polite. Gu Nianji coughed lightly and laughed in British accented English. Mr. Vice President, India is considered a large country, but you only have one guard of honor. TSK, you haven't learned the proper attitude of a country of etiquette from the British Empire. It was neither a light nor a heavy jab at India. After all, it used to be a British colony. If a dog doesn't learn good things, it's the owner's fault. When the Vice President of India heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He said angrily, "Of course we have more than one guard of honor. Every state in India has its own guard of honor. The third strongest nation in the world is not just for show." Is that so? So all of your honor guards went to Gujarat to receive the Japanese Prime Minister? Gu Nianji asked with a smile and tilted her head. She looked eager to learn. Of course not. The Vice President of India was confused by Gu Nianji's smile and blurted out, "No." After saying that, he realized what he had said. He laughed awkwardly and said, "But this time, you came too quickly. We didn't have time to prepare." Ha ha ha, he was the one who invited him so urgently, and Speaker Long didn't want to embarrass him, so he agreed. In the end, he didn't expect the other party to turn the tables on him. Gu Nianji was about to explode. Speaker Long smiled and said, "Is that so? Since you don't have time to prepare, let's go back first. We will come again when you are ready." With that, Speaker Long turned around and returned to the cabin. This was the Huaxia Empire's private plane, so Speaker Long could leave whenever he wanted. The Indians couldn't do anything about it. The Vice President of India suddenly broke out in a sweat, knowing that he had gone too far. Originally, they only wanted to give the Huaxia Empire a show of strength and deliberately curry favor with the Japanese Prime Minister. In the end, the Huaxia Empire decided to cancel the visit. She didn't expect this old man to be so easy to talk to, but when he did things, he was simply too unyielding. The Vice President of India quickly apologized. "It's my fault, my fault. The guards of honor will be here soon. We'll be there soon." Gu Nianji secretly gave Speaker Long a thumbs up in her heart. She followed him back to the cabin and quietly asked Speaker Long, "Are you really going back?" Speaker Long sat in the chair and closed his eyes. "You can't embarrass your family when you're away from home." It was said that Huaxia people cared about their reputation. In fact, if they didn't even have face, they wouldn't have anything. No one would be able to keep their face after losing face in public. If there was, then it must be a lie. Gu Nianji was even more impressed by Speaker Long. "Then what should we do?" The Vice President said to prepare a guard of honor. According to the highest specifications, if there is no preparation within half an hour, inform the crew to return immediately. What a joke. Speaker Long had been in politics for decades and had never suffered a loss. Overseas visits had always been treated with the highest level of courtesy. This time, India colluded with Japan in an attempt to humiliate China to curry favor with the Japanese. They must not be tolerated. Gu Nianji stood at the side for a while and whispered, "Our embassy in India actually didn't know about this beforehand." She remembered that she had communicated with the Huaxia embassy in India countless times before confirming the various details of the visit. However, she wasn't the one who had communicated with the Huaxia embassy in India, so she didn't know how this situation came to be. Speaker Long opened his eyes and nodded slowly. What you said makes sense. Call our ambassador to India. Gu Nianji quickly went out to call someone. She stood at the cabin door and looked outside. She actually didn't see the ambassador of the Huaxia embassy in India. There were only some low-ranking Huaxia people who were probably embassy staff. Gu Nianji thought about it and found several other assistants and secretaries. She found the embassy's phone number and immediately called it. However, it was an automatic message. Hello, this is the Huaxia embassy in India. Please leave your name and message after the beep. Thank you for your cooperation. Gu Nianji, do any of you know the phone number of our ambassador to India? It's not this kind of all-purpose embassy public number. Gu Nianji searched in the information while asking her colleagues. One of the special assistants who came with Speaker Long found the number and called it personally. The other side quickly answered and asked, "You are Speaker Long's special assistants?" "I'm really sorry." When our ambassador rushed to the airport to pick up Speaker Long, there was a car accident on the way. Several people were injured and have been sent to the hospital. They are not out of danger yet. Right now, the embassy is particularly short of manpower. We have already sent the first and second secretaries to pick up Speaker Long. Please wait for a moment, they will be there soon. Speaker Long's special assistant looked at Gu Nianji in surprise and said, "Our ambassador's convoy just had a car accident and was sent to the hospital. They are not out of danger yet. Now the first and second secretaries are here." Gu Nianji was also speechless. That's too despicable. Explain the situation to Speaker Long. Now that our country's ambassador was in a car accident, Speaker Long certainly couldn't just leave because of the reception standards. Gu Nianji and the special assistant entered Speaker Long's cabin together and explained the situation to him. "Speaker Long, is he okay?" Speaker Long was still very concerned about the safety of his ambassador and planned to swallow his anger. At this time, majestic military music suddenly sounded from outside. It was the national anthem of the Huaxia Empire that they were familiar with. Gu Nianji looked out the window and was surprised to find that in less than 20 minutes, the honor guard, welcoming crowd, red carpet, and flowers outside were all ready. There were also a few people in dark black suits with serious expressions standing in front of the Vice President of India. She didn't know what they were talking about. The Vice President of India was hunched over his fat body and constantly wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. Gu Nianji, why did a person in a dark black suit look so familiar? Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and looked carefully. Yes, it was indeed an old acquaintance of theirs. Special Assistant Yang. Why did he come to India? Gu Nianji didn't know where Special Assistant Yang went after leaving the Senate, or rather, she didn't care about this matter. She looked back at Speaker Long and the special assistant and murmured, "I saw Special Assistant Yang, he's down there." Speaker Long also heard the military music of the honor guard. He raised his eyelids slightly and said with a smile, "Oh." After Special Assistant Yang left the Senate, he went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It seems that they sent him to India. As he said this, he stood up and walked to the cabin door. This time, the reception outside was much higher, completely in line with Speaker Long's identity as one of the heads of state. The airport, which had been bare just a moment ago, suddenly became full of flowers, and the red carpet stretched. The Indian military band on both sides was wrapped in turbans and played the national anthems of the two countries very hard. The Vice President of India, who had deliberately tried to trip them up just now, was now as obedient as a quail and stood respectfully to the side, waiting for Speaker Long to get off the plane. This scene of the change from arrogance to humility was really shocking. Speaker Long smiled and waved at everyone, then slowly walked down the suspension ladder of the plane. Gu Nianji followed behind several special assistants and didn't follow Speaker Long anymore. As soon as Speaker Long stood on the red carpet, the vice president from just now had already rushed forward, held his hand, and said with emotion, "I'm really sorry, I was so anxious just now that I forgot to transfer the honor guard of other states over. Fortunately, the first secretary of your embassy, Mr. Yang, reminded me and helped me. You must praise him well. He has made great efforts for the friendship between the two countries." Speaker Long nodded with a smile. Since he is an embassy staff member, it is his job to have friendly relations between the two countries. "Mr. Vice President, you are too kind." The Vice President of India nodded with a smile and turned to ask Speaker Long to get in the car. Special Assistant Yang walked over and bowed to Speaker Long. He was very moved and said, "Speaker Long, I'm sorry you have been wronged. Today, our embassy did not do a good job. I am at fault, and I accept the punishment. But our ambassador is indeed excusable, and I want to tell you the whole situation clearly." Speaker Long patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't say that, you have done enough. I think it is fortunate that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs sent you here. Otherwise, if something really happened this time, it would really be inappropriate if there was no one in charge here." In fact, it was not that there was no one in charge, but there was no one who understood Speaker Long's thoughts and could take charge. And Special Assistant Yang just happened to fill this gap. Gu Nianji also felt very lucky. She admitted that if it weren't for Special Assistant Yang's intervention, today's matter might not have been resolved satisfactorily. She was a very objective person. Although she had personal grievances with Special Assistant Yang, in front of foreigners, she could still put aside her prejudices and defend the dignity and interests of the country with Special Assistant Yang. This time, Special Assistant Yang really did a good job. When Gu Nianji walked to his side, she nodded very sincerely. "Thank you, Special Assistant Yang." Special Assistant Yang saw her, and the smile on his face remained unchanged. He said, "This is my job. Miss Gu, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Gu Nianji nodded, and from the corner of her eye, she saw a young woman in a black suit and skirt walk over and stand behind Special Assistant Yang with a smile. It was actually Rong Mingxing. Gu Nianji wanted to laugh. It seemed that these two people were going to be a couple. Special Assistant Yang went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it seemed that Rong Mingxing also went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Gu Nianji nodded to Rong Mingxing. "Miss Rong, nice to meet you." Rong Mingxing was a little embarrassed to see Gu Nianji for the first time. She wasn't as experienced as Special Assistant Yang, so she couldn't shamelessly pretend that nothing had happened. She just greeted her awkwardly, "Hello, Miss Gu." After the honor guard finished playing the military music, they got into the car sent by the embassy and followed the Indian Vice President's motorcade to the Indian Federal Parliament. The buildings in New Delhi, the capital of India, were actually quite dilapidated. They were about 50 years behind the imperial capital of the Huaxia Empire. However, the architecture was very Indian, and it was quite interesting as an exotic sightseeing. There were also some huge billboards and big screens along the way. Without exception, they were all playing the welcoming ceremony of Japanese Prime Minister Baisan visiting Indian Prime Minister Dimo's hometown, Gujarat. It was indeed much livelier over there. The variety of sideshows that stretched for 8 kilometers was an eye-opener for Gu Nianji. Rong Mingxing sat next to Gu Nianji. She didn't want to talk to Gu Nianji at first, but Special Assistant Yang looked at her a few times. She finally mustered up the courage to say to Gu Nianji, "Miss Gu, I will accompany you and be your guide during your stay in India. This is the first watch. It was the third watch today. Let me remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second watch at 1 o'clock p.m. and the third watch at 8 o'clock p.m. Chapter 1148. Gu Nianji had been looking at the scenery outside the car window and was shocked by Rong Mingxing's sudden words. She looked back at Rong Mingxing a few times before smiling and saying, "Thank you, Miss Rong, but there's no need. I will follow Senior Speaker Long from here. Wherever Senior Speaker Long goes, I will follow. I don't need an escort or a guide." She still had to be Speaker Long's companion and guide, so how could she have the time to waste on others? Rong Mingxing, on the other hand, felt relieved and took the time to pout at Special Assistant Yang. She thought to herself, "Great, I don't want to accompany you anyway." She was the one who had tried to trip Gu Nianji up and had been rebuked by Gu Nianji on the spot. Even now, she was still angry and couldn't pretend that nothing had happened. Special Assistant Yang smiled and said to Gu Nianji, "Miss Gu, it wasn't easy for you to come to India, so you should at least see the scenery here. Let Xiao Rong accompany you. She's the only woman in the embassy, and the others are all men. If you need anything, it's more convenient to ask her." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and glanced at Rong Mingxing. "How long has Miss Rong been in New Delhi, India?" Rong Mingxing paused, his eyes wandering, and said awkwardly, "Not long." "How long is not long?" Gu Nianji's expression calmed down, and her cold gaze shifted to Special Assistant Yang. "Special Assistant Yang, how long have you been in India?" Special Assistant Yang chuckled and said, "I've been here for a week or two, and Xiao Rong has been here for a week. You guys are also new here. How can I ask you to be my guide?" Gu Nianji spread her hands, a hint of mockery on her lips. "Besides, I'm accompanying Speaker Long to work, not on a public holiday." "Special Assistant Yang, I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need it." Gu Nianji's eyes drifted over the celebrity's face, and the contempt and disdain in her eyes were undisguised. Rong Mingxing's face turned red. She couldn't stand it anymore. She turned her head abruptly and looked at the street on the other side, lost in thought. Special Assistant Yang finally smiled and shook his head. "Nice to meet you, Nianji. Fortunately, we weren't in the same car as Speaker Long. If Speaker Long hears you talk about me and Xiao Rong like that, you're not giving us a way out. As the saying goes, cutting off one's path to wealth is like killing one's parents." Gu Nianji would feel bad if she caused more trouble and caused Special Assistant Yang to lose his job at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Therefore, as soon as Special Assistant Yang said that, Gu Nianji stopped talking and smiled faintly as she looked out the window. Speaker Long followed the Vice President of India to the Indian Federal Parliament building. Today, he was going to issue a joint statement with the Vice President of India here. After getting out of the car, Gu Nianji, another special assistant, and a simultaneous interpreter followed Speaker Long. When Speaker Long went on stage to give a speech, Gu Nianji and his special assistant stood behind him at the same time. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Nianji looked so delicate and pretty, and the special assistant looked so refined, everyone would have suspected that they were Huaxia Imperial Security personnel. In fact, one was a legal consultant, and the other was an all-around assistant. The real security personnel were all hidden in the crowd. Very few of them appeared in public. After the joint statement was released, Gu Nianji looked at her schedule for the next few days. This included talks with Indian Prime Minister Dimo, talks with India's upper and lower houses of parliament, visits to public hospitals, schools, shopping malls, and residential areas in New Delhi, the capital of India, and visits to India's historical sites, especially India's most famous Taj Mahal. Everything else was fine, but when she saw the Taj Mahal, her heart skipped a beat. She had wanted to pay for this place to see it herself. So was she really going to travel at public expense? Gu Nianji was a little uncomfortable, but the temptation of the Taj Mahal was too great. Ever since Reinitz had given her the note and she had seen the poem about the Taj Mahal, she had searched for a lot of information about the Taj Mahal on the internet. She had even hacked into a website for academic works related to the Taj Mahal. After reading so much information, Gu Nianji felt that she probably knew more about the Taj Mahal than the tour guide. Rong Mingxing said she would be her escort and guide. People don't know how big their faces are. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She put the itinerary and the calendar on her phone and added a reminder so that she wouldn't be flustered. According to the itinerary, she was supposed to have a meeting with Indian Prime Minister Dimo in the afternoon. However, the Vice President of India told Speaker Long apologetically, "I just received news that our Prime Minister is very busy these days. The meeting with you will probably have to be postponed." "Very busy," Speaker Long said slowly and nodded. Gu Nianji fiddled with the remote control in her hand. She had just heard from a female staff member of the Indian Federal Parliament that the reason why Indian Prime Minister Dimo went back on his word and changed the previously agreed itinerary was to specially receive the Japanese Prime Minister. Gu Nianji couldn't help but ask the female staff member of the Indian Parliament in a gorgeous sari. "Since your Prime Minister invited the Japanese Prime Minister to visit India, why did you suddenly invite us at this time?" "Look, because both sides were visiting at the same time," India was flustered. They didn't even know how to set off fireworks, and there was no extra guard of honor. Of course, a prime minister couldn't appear in two places at the same time. So, the Huaxia Empire had to suffer. The female staff member blinked her big eyes and said with admiration, "We didn't invite the Japanese Prime Minister. The Japanese Prime Minister requested to visit us because our Prime Minister Dimo is so good. He is loved by all the heads of state and people on the blue planet." Gu Nianji, that Prime Minister Dimo really had a lot of fans. Gu Nianji really wanted to shake this young and beautiful Indian girl awake. She could be a fan of anyone, but why did she have to be a fan of the gray-haired Prime Minister? Of course, Gu Nianji didn't dare say these words out loud. The words that came out of her mouth were always like this. "So when the Japanese Prime Minister suddenly asked to visit you, you agreed, and even forgot that you invited our leader, Speaker Long? Am I too picky, or are you guys illogical?" Gu Nianji was merciful with her words and didn't say that they were brainless. The Indian girl was teary-eyed by her words. She covered her mouth with her hands, and her big eyes were covered with heavy eyeshadow, just like panda makeup. It's our fault." The female staff member finally managed to say something, then ran out of the banquet hall. The other staff members next to her began to desperately try to save face. "Actually, we value the Huaxia Empire more. You see, you all have our invitations. It's just that your Prime Minister can't be elected at the moment, so we changed our mind and invited Speaker Long to come." What the hell? Gu Nianji couldn't help cursing in her heart. How could they leave the invited VIPs at the airport like this? Not to mention that they didn't even have a guard of honor. Didn't they still have to rely on their own country's private jet to send them off? Moreover, there were fighter jets escorting them in the air. All of these resentments fermented in Gu Nianji's heart, and her expression didn't look too good. If you paid more attention to us, your Prime Minister wouldn't have gone to receive the Japanese Prime Minister." Gu Nianji said it out loud. Speaker Long smiled and said, "Don't be angry. Since Prime Minister Dimo is busy, it doesn't matter. We won't be seeing you. What's the following itinerary?" This was equivalent to cancelling the summit of the two countries. The Vice President of India felt that his vocabulary was not enough to persuade them. He had to desperately call their Prime Minister and ask him to hurry back to New Delhi. However, Prime Minister Dimo, who was known as the Light of India, turned a deaf ear to it. He peacefully entertained the Japanese Prime Minister Baisan in his hometown of Gujarat. The Vice President of India had no choice but to discuss with Gu Nianji. "Can you postpone the meeting with the Prime Minister? It can also be the finale." Gu Nianji remembered Speaker Long's words and smiled as she waved her hand. "There's no need to trouble yourself, no need to trouble yourself. Just let your Prime Minister and the Japanese Prime Minister get intimate. Don't worry about us. After all, it was the Senate who invited our speaker Long, not the Prime Minister. Ha 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 ha, thank you. After the Vice President laughed a few times, he found a greaser and ran out to make the call himself. When Prime Minister Dimo heard that the Huaxia Empire actually wanted to cancel the meeting with him, his face showed a very confident expression. He said, "Don't be fooled by them. They just want to raise their status. India's national strength is comparable to theirs, so why should we be afraid of them? Don't pay attention to them. When my work here is done, I will return to New Delhi and talk to them." Okay, Prime Minister. The Vice President looked at his phone and knew that there was no other way. On the first day in India, Gunyinji followed Speaker Long from the airport to the Federal Parliament and had a full day of meetings with the members of the Parliament. When they returned to the five-star hotel where they were staying, Gunyinji was about to faint from exhaustion. But she couldn't sleep for the time being. She had to familiarize herself with the information, and she would visit the public hospital here with Speaker Long tomorrow. In the Huaxia Embassy, Special Assistant Yang was instructing Rong Mingxing. "Little Rong, do you have the heart to watch Gunyinji grow in the Senate and rise like a rocket in the future?" Rong Mingxing snorted. "So what? He has the ability. We're willing to admit defeat." "Admit defeat? Ha!" Executive Assistant Yang laughed. "There's no such thing as admitting defeat in my dictionary." "Ah. What else can we do if we don't admit defeat?" Rong Mingxing's eyes widened. "Are we supposed to kill her?" "Of course you don't have to kill her, but don't you want to see her live a life worse than death?" Special Assistant Yang's voice was very soft, but the expression on his face was very stubborn. Rong Mingxing hesitated for a moment. You don't have to do that, right? We were the ones who wronged her in the past. Now that it's all in the past, and she's willing to let bygones be bygones, let's just forget it." She really didn't want to deal with Gunyinji anymore. It felt like she was asking to be humiliated. Special Assistant Yang pursed his lips and immediately changed the way he put it. "Actually, I was just joking. After all, both of us were defeated by her at the same time. I'm not happy about it. This is the second watch. It was the third watch today. Let me remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1149. Rong Mingxing bit her lower lip. That's right, who wouldn't feel indignant? She had worked so hard to get into the best university in the Huaxia Empire and studied a good major, but in the end, it was difficult for her to find a job. She wanted to stay in the imperial capital, but she didn't have a residence in the imperial capital. She couldn't even send her resume to the places she wanted to go. She almost couldn't get into the government jobs that allowed her to settle her household registration. It was all because of Gunyinji that she couldn't get along with. His heart was definitely unbalanced. Why could she have a smooth sailing life? Just because she had a powerful backer? She raised her head and quickly glanced at Special Assistant Yang, thinking that he was also her backer, but it didn't seem very impressive. Special Assistant Yang saw that Rong Mingxing's eyes were flickering and the expression on her face was unpredictable. She folded her arms and said with a smile, "I'm just saying, don't take it to heart. Anyway, I just don't like her. I just want to see her suffer and calm down. I won't really make things difficult for her. They were all from the same country, so why should they let outsiders laugh at them? Don't you agree?" Rong Mingxing nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's what I think. Xiao Rong is really a good person." Executive Assistant Yang stopped smiling and looked at her blankly for a while. He patted her head and got up to leave. He had been gone for a long time, but Rong Mingxing could still feel the warmth of his hand on the top of her head. When she woke up the next morning, she felt sticky and sweaty. The room was as hot as a steamer. It was only April, why was it so hot? Gu Nianji got up and looked at the temperature controller on the wall. When he saw the number displayed, he was immediately dumbfounded. 31 degrees. How could it be so hot? Was the air conditioner in the room broken? This was a 5-star hotel. Gu Nianji walked into the bathroom and pressed the switch on the wall. There was no response. That's more like it. It should be a power outage. She had done a lot of research on India before coming here, so she knew that power outages were one of the normal things in India. Whether it was in the countryside or in the big cities, there was always a shortage of electricity when it was time to use it. However, she remembered that the information stated that these large hotels and large organizations would have their own generators. Maybe the engine of this hotel was also broken. Gu Nianji wiped the sweat from her forehead and wanted to take a cold shower. There was no hot water at all. Fortunately, the weather was hot, so it didn't matter if he didn't have to bathe in hot water. Gu Nianji turned on the cold water and tested the temperature with her hand. It was quite warm. She took a quick shower and came out of the bathroom drying her hair with a large towel. Without electricity, she couldn't even use a hairdryer. But the room was so hot, and his hair would probably dry after sitting for a while. But after sitting for a while, his hair was dry, but his body was drenched in sweat. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and went to the bathroom to wipe herself with cold water. Only then did she feel much better. Just as he finished cleaning up, he received a call. The air conditioner in the room began to work, and the temperature soon dropped. Gu Nianji smiled bitterly and shook her head. She changed her clothes and went downstairs for breakfast. Breakfast here is room. They could also go downstairs for a buffet. Gu Nianji chose to go to the buffet downstairs because she had more choices. But when she came downstairs, she knew that she was overthinking. It wasn't as diverse as the breakfast buffet area in domestic hotels. There were only 3 forms of breakfast here. One was a variety of pies, baked, fried, baked, with or without fillings. The other was a variety of meat fillings, goat meat, chicken, sardines. They weren't cut finely, so they might have been torn off by hand. There were also a variety of bowls of ambiguous colors of curry paste. The khaki color made people think of bad things and completely lost their appetite. Gu Nianji frowned and looked around. Finally, she took the smallest piece of pie with fillings, a cup of authentic Indian-style tea, and a bottle of milk. She sat in the corner to eat. She only took 1 bite before giving up in pain. The taste wasn't bad, but it wasn't to Gu Nianji's taste. Leaving a small tip on the table, Gu Nianji left the breakfast buffet area and wondered if she should go out and find a Chinese restaurant to eat. Just then, she heard someone call her name. Turning around, she saw that it was Rong Mingxing. She looked at her with a paper bag in her hand and said with a smile, "Miss Gu, this is breakfast made by our embassy. Would you like to try it?" Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She quickly walked over and said, "Was it made by our country's chef?" "Yes, it's relatively simple. Don't mind it," Rong Mingxing said with a smile. Her attitude was much better than yesterday. Gu Nianji reached out to take the paper bag and went upstairs with her. She asked, "What about Speaker Long? Do we also have breakfast prepared for ourselves?" "Yes, we do. Speaker Long doesn't like to eat other countries' food in the morning, so our embassy carefully prepared breakfast." Rong Mingxing had come to deliver breakfast. Behind her were several hotel Indian waiters pushing dining carts filled with food that Rong Mingxing had brought from the embassy. They went upstairs with them. Gu Nianji took her paper bag, said goodbye to Rong Mingxing, and returned to her room to eat slowly. Rong Mingxing went to find Speaker Long and others to deliver breakfast. After eating the blissful and delicious Chinese breakfast, Gu Nianji felt like she had come back to life. Sure enough, food was the most important thing. Gu Nianji smiled and met up with Speaker Long and the others to begin today's activities. The Vice President of India was waiting for them at the entrance of the hotel with a motorcade. After they got in the car, he ordered the motorcade to drive to the largest public hospital in New Delhi. Gu Nianji had long heard about the free public hospitals in India, and she especially wanted to see them in person. In the end, when the hospital building that looked very much like a small county in Huaxia 20 years ago appeared in front of her, she was still very speechless. It was really better to meet them in person than to hear about them. But she still had to keep smiling. Gu Nianji saw the surprised and praising expressions on Speaker Long and the others' faces, so she quickly adjusted her posture. After all, the cameras were pointed at them. As soon as they walked into the hospital, the smell that greeted them wasn't the smell of disinfectant that everyone was used to in the Huaxia Empire, but the smell of curry. Gu Nianji looked around speechlessly and resisted the urge to raise her hand to cover her nose. There were many people in the hospital, and the line was very long. Most of the people were wearing Indian national costumes. The women's saris were obviously very bright in color in the past, but after being washed many times, the bright colors had faded, and the decorations on it had mostly fallen off. It was like a beauty in her twilight years, and the makeup on her face had not been removed, so it looked even more tragic. Most of the men's clothes were also Indian national costumes. Their long jackets hung down to their knees, and their trouser legs were wide and long. They weren't tall to begin with, so the clothes pulled them down hard. And regardless of whether they were men or women, most of them had numb and haggard expressions. Compared to the staff of the Indian Parliament who accompanied Speaker Long and the others in suits and ties, they were almost people from two different worlds. Gu Nianji's height of 1.7 meters wasn't particularly tall in the Huaxia Empire, but here, she stood out a little. She followed Speaker Long closely, but she could still feel the stares of the Indian men on the side, which made her very uncomfortable. In fact, not only was she uncomfortable, but Rong Mingxing, who was accompanying her, was also very uncomfortable. But for the sake of her job and her household registration, she had to endure it. The group of people walked as they looked, and soon arrived at the pediatric ward of the hospital. As soon as they walked over, the light bulb in the corridor crackled, and the power went out again. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 1150. Although it was broad daylight, the corridor immediately darkened. Gu Nianji quietly moved closer to Speaker Long and stood directly on the left side of Speaker Long. Speaker Long had a lot of staff around him, and most of these staff were actually military and police bodyguards sent by the country. These people were truly capable. Whether it was fighting or firearms, they were 1 in a million, so they were assigned as security personnel for visiting leaders. Gu Nianji stood next to Speaker Long, and those people followed her and occupied several important positions in the corridor, surrounding her and Speaker Long in the middle. With such strict protection, as long as one wasn't a fool or a lunatic, no one would think of attacking the people within the protective circle. Because the ambassador, consul, and other key personnel of the embassy in India had a car accident, the only embassy staff accompanying Speaker Long this time were Special Assistant Yang and a few of his assistants. However, because he wasn't an ambassador-level person, he wasn't qualified to follow Speaker Long closely. Therefore, even he was excluded from the protection circle. Speaker Long also took good care of Gu Nianji. He reached out his arm to support her and whispered, "You stay by my side and don't go anywhere." Gu Nianji nodded. Of course, she knew that this time it wouldn't be peaceful, but just because it wouldn't be peaceful, she had to hide at home and not go anywhere. What a shameless person. She knew that as long as she stayed close to Speaker Long, she would be safe. Sure enough, when she and Speaker Long were firmly protected, several people who were about to squeeze in her direction quietly retreated. In a hidden place on the opposite building, several snipers found that no matter how they aimed, they couldn't circle Gu Nianji's head into their crosshairs. Gu Nianji didn't know that someone was aiming at her, but after following Hua Xiaoheng for many years, she roughly understood where to stand in order to avoid the sniper rifle's crosshairs when the situation was chaotic. For her, this wasn't a matter of improvisation, but a matter of common sense. The Vice President of India didn't expect that they would encounter a power outage while visiting the hospital. He couldn't help but feel very embarrassed and yelled at his entourage, "What's going on? There's a power outage. Is there no backup power here? The hospital should have backup power, which should be a necessity, right?" The entourage immediately said, "I'll call and ask." Not long after the call was made, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. They looked back and saw medical staff dressed in white rushing over. Someone shouted, "Make way for the people in front." Something had happened in the pediatrics ward. "Please make way for us so that we can pass." Speaker Long and the others quickly moved to a spot against the wall and watched as the group of medics in white ran past them. Gu Nianji pulled Speaker Long to stand against the inner wall and deliberately avoided the outer wall. Because she knew that the outer wall was not as safe as the inner wall. She didn't know how thick the walls of the hospital were, but she knew that if she stood close to the outer wall, an AMR could definitely blow up her head through the wall. Gu Nianji's judgment was very accurate. The sniper hiding on the opposite high floor tried several times and found that the target was getting further and further away from the outer wall. In the end, he simply walked to the other side of the inner wall. On the other side of the wall, there were many other unimportant people standing between them and their target. In this case, unless they used missiles to destroy the entire floor, they wouldn't be able to touch the target. The AMR couldn't be used at this time at all. Time passed minute by minute. It was impossible for the floor to be without power forever, and their people couldn't lead the target into a place where the sniper rifle could aim. Just when the power of the hospital building was finally restored, there was also a low order. "Pull back. Withdraw." The snipers finally received the order to retreat. They hurriedly put away their sniper rifles and quickly evacuated from the opposite floor. Gu Nianji blinked. The power was back, and the corridor was bright. Everyone almost cheered. The Vice President of India walked over with a big belly and said proudly, "Our power system is very efficient. You see, it only took 15 minutes for the power to be restored." Speaker Long nodded politely. "It's really good. But is there an operating room here? Is there a backup power supply in the operating room? There should be, right? How could there be no backup power supply in the operating room?" The Vice President of India said with a smile and walked forward with Speaker Long. At this moment, the doors in front of them were suddenly pushed open, and the medical staff who had rushed in just now walked out. Their expressions were very ugly. Speaker Long, the Vice President of India's expression also didn't look good. "What's wrong with you? This is the visiting speaker of the Huaxia Empire's upper house of parliament. He came specially to see your superb medical skills." The faces of the medical staff turned red. The doctor-like man standing at the front said dejectedly, "Mr. Vice President, because of the power outage just now, there was a problem with the oxygen supply in several pediatric intensive care units. There was a problem." The Vice President of India frowned. "If there was a problem, then solve the problem. What's the use of telling me?" Speaker Long chuckled, turned around, and said, "Let's stop here for today. Let's go somewhere else to see." It was obvious that there was a medical accident, and Speaker Long didn't want to get involved in the muddy waters of other countries. He had planned to take the opportunity to see the ambassador and embassy staff injured in the car accident, but now he had to change his mind. As a result, they hadn't walked far when they heard the doctor-like man say sadly, "We just found that 46 critically ill babies have died because of lack of oxygen." Gu Nianji shivered and didn't dare to look back. She followed Speaker Long even faster. The Vice President of India didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing, and immediately said, "Hurry up and call your director to deal with this matter. We still have distinguished guests to accompany, so we will leave now." After leaving the public hospital, the Vice President of India caught up with them and didn't mention what happened in the hospital. He took them to the public school. The public school in New Delhi, the capital of India, should already have the best facilities for them to visit, right? But when she saw the school building with grey walls, the garbage everywhere on the playground, and the children running around in dirty Indian costumes, Gunyanji's impression of India was even lower in her heart. However, Speaker Long didn't look down on them at all. He patiently chatted with these children, gave them stationery and books produced by the Huaxia Empire, and finally took photos with the teachers and students here. Because Gunyanji had been following Speaker Long closely, she also stood next to Speaker Long and took a photo with the teachers and students of this public primary school in India. Special Assistant Yang stood outside with the embassy staff to help them take photos. Rong Mingxing saw Gunyanji's bright smile from the camera and sighed slightly in her heart. It seemed to be the first time the Vice President of India had come to this public school. The filth and mess here exceeded his imagination, and he couldn't help complaining to his entourage. "Why didn't you find a better school? How can such a school be presentable?" His entourage said awkwardly. "This is already the best public primary school in New Delhi, and other public schools are even worse." The Vice President glanced at him speechlessly. "Then take them to see a private school." They couldn't let these people from the Huaxia Empire look down on them. Soon, after leaving the public school, they were taken to a middle school that was as clean as the top private schools in Europe and the United States. The school buildings here were snow white and were all tall European-style buildings. The lawns were green, and the flower beds were scattered. The flowers in early summer were in full bloom, and bees surrounded and butterflies circled them. The boys and girls inside were all wearing British-style school uniforms. The boys were handsome and the girls were beautiful. From their appearance, they didn't look like typical Indians, but more like white people. The Vice President of India said lightly, "We Indians are mainly of the Aryan race. We were originally white. As for those who are darker, most of them are Dravidians, not white people." Gunyanji raised an eyebrow and laughed, but didn't say anything. In fact, the Dravidians were the real ancient Indians. They created the ancient Indian civilization and made India one of the 4 great ancient civilizations. But they were conquered by the Aryans, and as a result, their civilization was not only destroyed, but their descendants became slaves and untouchables. A staff member asked curiously, "This is also a public school? It wasn't easy to get here, right?" After all, it was completely different from the public school just now. In the eyes of the Huaxia Empire, they would probably think that this was a key middle school, and the one just now was an ordinary school. The Vice President of India was embarrassed by the question, so he mumbled a few words and changed the subject. When everyone saw that he didn't say whether it was public or private, they understood that this was definitely not a public school. The Indian school staff had already rushed over at this time and accompanied the Vice President and Speaker Long here for the entire afternoon. When it was almost dark, the Vice President of India said goodbye to Speaker Long very apologetically. "Mr. Speaker, I am going to Gujarat to attend the state banquet held by the Prime Minister of Japan, so I can't accompany you for the time being. I will try my best to come back tomorrow morning and accompany you to continue the tour." Speaker Long's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said calmly, "Please help yourself. We also have to visit the ambassador and staff of our country. I heard that they had a car accident. I hope the Indian police can be more helpful and deal with the perpetrators of this accident as soon as possible. The vehicles of diplomatic agencies had consular immunity in other countries, let alone the convoy of ambassadors." Speaker Long had originally planned to visit the injured ambassador and embassy staff when he visited the hospital today. He didn't expect to encounter a power outage and a medical accident in the pediatric ward, so he didn't continue to stay in the hospital. Now that he saw that India was obviously giving them the cold shoulder, Speaker Long's heart also softened. He planned to return home immediately after the embassy car accident was dealt with. The Vice President of India was stunned and quickly glanced at Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang quickly squeezed over and said to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long, I can take you to see the ambassador. I stayed with the ambassador last night and only left this morning." This was the first night watch. Today was the third night watch. Today was Monday, and the recommendation ticket was particularly important. Remind everyone of the recommendation ticket. The second night watch at 1:00 in the afternoon and the third night watch at 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Beth 1211 for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. P.S. India is third. This is what the Indian government itself believes. Our Huaxia Empire has a nickname called Specialize in Fighting the World's Third. Can you guys check what it means? Mwah. Chapter 1151. Well, you should do more work. Speaker Long nodded slightly and watched the Vice President of India leave. Special Assistant Yang had worked for Speaker Long for many years, so he was very familiar with Speaker Long's temperament and way of doing things. The only time he stumbled was when Gu Nianji appeared. His disgust for this woman could no longer be described with words. But no matter how much he hated her in his heart, Special Assistant Yang didn't show it on his face. On the contrary, his attitude towards her was much better than when he was at home. He was courteous to her, even deferential. Gu Nianji was originally angry with Special Assistant Yang and Rong Mingxing. But after staying in India for 2 days and understanding the conditions here, she still had some sympathy for them. From the bustling, advanced and developed imperial capital to the capital of India, New Delhi, which was 50 years behind the imperial capital, this was not a promotion, but a banishment. Gu Nianji calmed down when she saw the person who had harmed her suffer. She felt that she didn't have any irreconcilable hatred with them, so she didn't have to keep it in her heart. Therefore, her attitude towards Rong Mingxing was much better. When she returned to the hotel for dinner that night, she no longer looked at Rong Mingxing with a straight face. However, Rong Mingxing still avoided her. She didn't look her in the eye or talk to her. Gu Nianji tried to reconcile the awkward situation between the two of them, but Rong Mingxing didn't respond, so she let it go. After dinner, Speaker Long took his people to the hospital to visit the ambassador and embassy staff who were injured in the car accident. Speaker Long, this way please. The ambassador had undergone surgery this afternoon and had already woken up. It's nothing serious, just a broken rib. Special Assistant Yang pushed the door open and invited Speaker Long in. Gu Nianji followed Speaker Long into the ward. A few bodyguards wearing Bluetooth headsets stood vigilantly at the door. Rong Mingxing didn't go in either. She stood alone in front of the window in the corridor and looked at the stars in the night sky. The person inside did not come out for a long time. The person at the door was like a door god, not moving at all. Not only did he not speak, but he also did not even look at her. She felt bored, so she stood by the window for a while and then walked along the corridor to the elevator. On the way, he saw a relatively secluded washroom. He pushed the door open and went in to relieve himself. The left side of the bathroom was for women, and the right side was for men. It was at the corner of the corridor and the elevator. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to see that there was a bathroom here. She looked at herself in the mirror in the bathroom, put on some lipstick, and turned to leave. As soon as the door of the washroom was opened a little, the sound of someone talking could be heard from outside. It was the familiar voice of Special Assistant Yang. Rong Mingxing felt embarrassed for a moment and planned to come out after Special Assistant Yang left. Just as she was about to close the door quietly, she heard Executive Assistant Yang mention her name. Her hands immediately stopped and she pricked up her ears to listen carefully. "What's wrong with you guys today? How could you give up such a good opportunity?" "What? The other party was too cunning." "How was he cunning? Aren't they all standing in the corridor? Where's your sniper rifle? Didn't you boast to me that your bullets never missed?" "Alright, I'll pass for today. Tomorrow, or the day after, you must act quickly. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid they'll return to China. You need my help. I've already helped you so much. What else do you want?" "Alright, I'll ask my assistant, Xiao Rong, to help." After ending the call, Special Assistant Yang left in a hurry. Rong Mingxing waited for a while before she pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. There was no one else outside, and probably no one knew she was there. Rong Mingxing didn't understand what Special Assistant Yang was talking about, nor did she know what he wanted her to help with, but she understood the phrase, "bullets never missed," and felt a chill run down her spine. After lingering at the door of the bathroom for a while, Rong Mingxing decided to take the elevator downstairs and walk around before coming up. She didn't want Special Assistant Yang to know that she had heard him talking on the phone. 20 minutes later, Rong Mingxing came out of the elevator and saw Speaker Long and his group walking over from the other end of the corridor. She quickly stopped and smiled politely at the elevator entrance, waiting for everyone to come over. Special Assistant Yang saw her and asked with a smile, "Xiao Rong, where have you been?" "I went out for a walk and was a little hungry, so I bought some snacks." Rong Mingxing shook the bag of dried squid in her hand at them. You guys have been really tired today. We're going back, and you guys should also go back to the embassy and rest early. When the vice president comes over tomorrow morning, we'll talk to him about severely punishing the party responsible for the car accident. Speaker Long has never forgotten to seek justice for our embassy staff." Gu Nianji admired Speaker Long even more. She used to think that Speaker Long was pedantic, soft-hearted, and somewhat good-natured. But after following him on a visit, she realized that he had always been fighting for every inch of land, in front of foreigners, even to the point of haggling over every penny. Gu Nianji had a very good impression of this temperament of never being at a disadvantage in front of foreigners, and she also understood why Speaker Long was always very tolerant in domestic affairs. There was no other reason than that Speaker Long clearly distinguished between outsiders and his own people. She stood beside Speaker Long with a smile and held his arm. She was even more considerate than an assistant. Special Assistant Yang nodded at her with a smile and said, "Lawyer Gu, I'll need your help tomorrow to help our embassy negotiate with the Indian police. It's my duty, and I won't shirk from it." Gu Nianji responded with a faint smile, which made Speaker Long smile. He patted Gu Nianji's hand. "Nianji, this is why I brought you with me." Although this girl was young, she was brave enough to take responsibility and was not afraid of making mistakes. As long as she was in the right, she dared to argue with anyone. This kind of courage to think and act was not something that ordinary people could have. Gu Nianji returned to the hotel, took out her laptop, and began to search for relevant laws in India. India's law was Anglo-American law, but in fact, for this car accident, it was not so complicated. Because the party involved in the accident was the embassy's car, according to diplomatic practice and the principle of reciprocity, if it was our responsibility, then we could be exempted. If it was the other party's responsibility, then sorry, they must be severely punished. Gu Nianji had heard the whole story of the accident from her own people in the ward today. It was indeed a bit strange. There were a total of 3 cars in their embassy fleet, and they were going to the airport to pick up Speaker Long and his people. There was clearly a police officer on a motorcycle in front of them to clear the way. As a result, at a turning point, the police officer on the motorcycle took a wrong turn. At this time, a very sturdy Hummer SUV suddenly rushed out of a small narrow alley and directly overturned the ambassador's car in the middle. The car behind couldn't brake in time and rear-ended the car in front. The car in the front just happened to see a motorcycle with 5 or 6 people on it going the wrong way. In order to avoid it, our car hit the guardrail on the road, and the car also overturned and people were injured. Fortunately, no one was killed. Otherwise, this matter would not have been settled so easily. The Indian police took a long time to arrive. At that time, the ambulance had already rescued the people. The embassy was understaffed, and the scene was destroyed just like that. Gu Nianji held the recording pen and listened carefully to the words of the ambassador and embassy staff that she had just recorded. The Indian police later said that because there were no witnesses and the scene was chaotic, they couldn't determine who was responsible, so they could only leave it unsettled. The Hummer SUV that hit us had already escaped. Someone of ours had recorded the license plate number, but the police said that the license plate number was stolen and not real. There was also the motorcycle going the wrong way. This road was clearly one way, but the motorcycle had 5 or 6 people on it. It suddenly went the wrong way like they were doing acrobatics. We were so scared that we quickly turned the steering wheel. Do you think we could have just crashed into it like that? It was still 5 or 6 lives. Gu Nianji listened over and over again and noted down all the important points. Looking at the preliminary report of the police, she found 7 or 8 violations without blinking. She had no interest in fighting a lawsuit in India, but she had to let the Indian police know that they could also speak with the law on their side, not just force them with diplomatic conventions. Because the report of the Indian police suggested that the Huaxia Imperial Embassy was using diplomatic immunity to oppress them and force them to judge the case against their will. The Vice President of India also seemed to know that he had gone too far this time. He went to Prime Minister Dimo's hometown of Gujarat overnight to attend a state banquet and rushed back overnight. Early the next morning, he arrived at the 5-star hotel where Speaker Long was staying and waited for him to come down. Speaker Long heard that the Vice President of India had come early in the morning and didn't say anything. He went downstairs after dealing with affairs at his usual pace, smiled and shook hands with the Vice President. "Thank you for your hard work. Are you tired from running around all night?" "I'm not tired." The Vice President smiled. "Our Prime Minister said that I should entertain you well. Don't think about him. When the Japanese Prime Minister leaves, our Prime Minister will come to see you in person." Gu Nianji lowered her head behind Speaker Long and rolled her eyes. According to Speaker Long's instructions, she coughed lightly, stood up, and said, "Your Excellency, we have some questions about the New Delhi police's handling of the embassy car accident. I wonder if we can go to the police station today and talk to the police about how many violations were in their report." It was the second watch. Today was the third watch. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were particularly important. A reminder to everyone's recommendation votes. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1152. The Vice President of India was stunned. "You're going to the police station. But this isn't in our itinerary." He seemed to be blaming Gu Nianji for taking matters into her own hands and causing unnecessary trouble. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "But our ambassador got into a car accident, and it wasn't part of the itinerary. The Japanese Prime Minister's sudden visit to India wasn't part of the itinerary we agreed on. Are you blaming us for not receiving the Japanese Prime Minister?" The Indian Vice President's face changed. "How can you interfere in the internal affairs of our country?" "We have no intention of interfering with your country's internal affairs. I'm just stating the facts." Out of the corner of her eye, she quickly glanced at Speaker Long, wanting to know his reaction and opinion. Speaker Long's expression didn't change in the slightest, and he still looked at the Vice President with a smile. Gu Nianji relaxed. As long as Speaker Long didn't think what she did was wrong. She continued. Should we take out the itinerary we agreed on and compare it? How many things have you done that aren't part of the itinerary? Seeing that the Vice President of India's expression was becoming more and more unpleasant, Gu Nianji withdrew her request and no longer mentioned the matter of comparing the itinerary. She changed the subject and continued, and we're not doing this for no reason. Even without the Japanese Prime Minister's visit to India, we must understand the progress of the car accident and seek justice for our embassy staff. They represent our country, and our country will not let them be harmed outside. Speaker Long nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "This is Lawyer Gu from the Senate. Her words are my will." Since even Speaker Long said so, the Vice President of India certainly couldn't refuse. He frowned and said, "Please wait a moment, I will go and arrange the itinerary for today." As he spoke, he hurriedly took out his phone and walked to the side to call the police station, asking them to arrange for someone to receive Speaker Long and his group. When they arrived at the police station in New Delhi, the capital of India, that handled the traffic accident at the Huaxia Imperial Embassy, Gu Nianji and Speaker Long were invited to sit down in the conference room of the police station. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. The police station here is quite well built. The capital was 50 years behind the imperial capital of the Huaxia Empire, but the police department was only 20 years behind. Speaker Long nodded. It's all right. There's no harm without comparison. Gu Nianji was flabbergasted. Speaker Long actually had such a venomous tongue. Seeing Gu Nianji's eyes widen in shock, Speaker Long smiled and winked at her. What's wrong? Are you not used to it? Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. No. You're fine like this. She liked people with sharp tongues. Not long after, the vice president came in with the police chief and several policemen. Gu Nianji quickly stood up and nodded slightly at them. Speaker Long sat still and stretched out his hand. Sit. Gu Nianji secretly gave Speaker Long a thumbs up in her heart, just like in her own country. The Vice President of India smiled awkwardly and sat next to Speaker Long. The police chief and the police officers stood respectfully and said very sincerely, "Distinguished guests, we are already investigating this matter, but your side is also at fault." Gu Nianji interrupted him and smiled as she took out the police report. "We were at fault too. May I ask where you went wrong? Don't take advantage of the fact that you are in the embassy's car. You have diplomatic immunity, so you violate traffic laws." An Indian policeman with a headband said seriously without looking at Gu Nianji. In fact, in Indian culture, women's status was quite low. Although there were women in Indian officialdom as high-ranking officials, those were extremely special cases. They were basically pushed out as a facade to please Western feminists. It couldn't cover up the fact that women's status as a whole was low. Gu Nianji knew this, so she didn't get angry. She calmly retorted, "Violated traffic laws. May I ask which traffic law they violated? Don't use diplomatic immunity to clear the other party's name just because our car is the embassy's car." "Which one?" The police officer was stunned for a moment, as if he had just seen Gu Nianji. "Which one? Isn't it written here? Can't you read?" Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "It's because I can read that I can't understand your logic." Gu Nianji flipped through the accident report. "Look at this one. Our car was going straight on a one-way road and was hit by another car coming out of the fork. How did it become us not giving way? The car going straight has the right of other cars have to give way to it. Could it be that your traffic laws are unique?" The Indian policeman. "A straight one-way street?" The other party asked, feeling a little panicked. "That's right. Don't you know whether your road is one-way or two-way?" Gu Nianji couldn't help but mock them. "Are you traffic police? How did such an unqualified person become a traffic police officer?" Also, where did the car that caused the accident escape to? Are you going to let it go just because the license plate is fake? Let alone the fact that the person injured inside is our ambassador, even if he's just an ordinary citizen, we won't let this go. But your car exceeded the speed limit. Another policeman saw that the situation was not good and spoke up for the former policeman. Speeding. Where's the evidence? Gu Nianji was still smiling. Is there a speed detector recording? Are there any cameras? The Indian police looked at each other, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. There really are cameras. Or was it recorded by the speed detector? Don't be so overbearing. We are saving face for you. The chief of the police station suddenly said fiercely, trying to gloss over the matter. Gu Nianji stopped smiling and felt worse and worse. Even the country's ambassador would be slandered here. Who knew what other tricks they would play? This India was very unfriendly to the Huaxia Empire. In that case, there was no need to be polite to them. What do you mean? You have surveillance cameras that captured the car accident at the time. That's great. Hand it over immediately and use it as evidence in court. Gu Nianji closed the accident handling report and said calmly, we won't reason with you. Let's go to court. After saying that, she added, if the Indian court is also unreasonable, we will go to the international court. Slandering the ambassador of another country is enough to be an international dispute. Speaker Long interjected appropriately, if you really slander us, then we will withdraw the ambassador. Our people can't be humiliated in your country for no reason. At this point, there was still a lawsuit. The Indian police couldn't handle it anymore. The chief of the police station wiped his sweat with his hand and stammered, please calm down. Calm down. It's just a simple traffic accident. There's no need to escalate it to court and international disputes, right? He looked at his vice president eagerly. Please help us say something. The vice president's eyelids twitched. Why should I help you say something? You can't even handle a traffic accident. How are you the chief of the police station? The situation had taken a sharp turn, and the Indian police really couldn't handle it anymore. After a moment of silence, they couldn't afford to damage diplomatic relations between the two countries. The chief of the police station finally said, we will investigate again. Please calm down. The results will definitely satisfy you. Wrong. Gu Nianji shook her finger. You have to act according to the law. If it's our fault, we will definitely not cover it up and will bring them back to China to deal with it. But if it's the other party's fault, I ask you to issue a wanted order and severely punish the murderer. Otherwise, we'll see you in court. Yes, yes, yes. We'll issue a wanted order right away. The chief of the police station was led by Gu Nianji and unknowingly led by the nose. The vice president of India was so angry that his nose was crooked, but he still had to maintain a smile. He was so angry. He glared at the police officers angrily. Why aren't you going to work on the case? What are you waiting here for? All of you are like dumb geese. Humph. When Speaker Long and Gu Nianji came out of the police station, the police had already issued a wanted order to trace the car that caused the accident. Although they didn't expect India to really find the car, the other party's attitude had already been made clear. They couldn't continue to use this matter to smear their people. The law was only a means, and politics was the reason. Speaker Long sighed and said to Gu Nianji, Nianji, you see, our national strength is already strong, but we are still being targeted and treated unfairly abroad. They haven't figured it out yet. Gu Nianji quietly looked around. As long as we don't have the mentality of losing is taking advantage, their attitude will change. Simply put, they had to fight for what was right. Talking about morality and etiquette with foreigners was like playing the lute to a cow. These people believed that they should be stirred up even if they were unreasonable, let alone if they were reasonable. If you had to give in when you were reasonable, not only would the other party push their luck, but even the onlookers would think that you were actually being unreasonable. The perception of Western countries was still the law of the jungle. After the two of them finished whispering, the Vice President of India next to them asked with a dry smile, "Do you want to continue the tour?" According to the itinerary today, we are going to the largest shopping mall in New Delhi. This was the pride of New Delhi, and the Vice President of India felt that he could finally stand tall. Speaker Long nodded. "There is still a little time, let's go take a look." The group got into the car and went to the largest shopping mall in New Delhi. Getting out of the car, Gunyanji narrowed her eyes and looked at the largest shopping mall in New Delhi. The corners of her lips curled up. It was also a typical Western building, just like the shopping malls that could be seen everywhere in the United States. The mall was the same. Next to the shopping mall was a tall building with a huge XX Bank sign hanging on it. The Vice President of India pointed to the shopping mall happily and said, "This is the #1 shopping mall in New Delhi. Do you want to go shopping?" As soon as he finished speaking, countless Indians dressed in ordinary clothes and dark-skinned faces suddenly rushed out from all directions, giving everyone a fright. The dense crowd suddenly filled the open space in front of the shopping mall, and it looked like there were hundreds or thousands of people. What happened? The security personnel quickly surrounded Speaker Long and the others in the middle. Gunyanji held Speaker Long's arm tightly, and her eyes wandered through the crowd. She constantly changed her pace and tried not to stay in the same place for more than a minute. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were particularly important. Remind everyone that recommendation votes. Moi. Chapter 1153. The Vice President of India also looked around in surprise. What's going on? Rebellion? He waved his arms angrily, wanting the military police to disperse the crowd, but a few of the military police beside him couldn't help but join the crowd and run to the bank next to them to line up. What's going on? Mr. Vice President, the Prime Minister has just announced the abolition of banknotes today. If we don't go to the bank to exchange banknotes, the money in our hands will become waste paper. The Vice President's attendant anxiously showed his mobile phone news to the Vice President. It turned out that Indian Prime Minister Dimo had just announced that in order to cut off the capital chain of illegal organizations and combat the circulation of counterfeit money and money laundering, he had decided to abolish the two largest denomination banknotes of 500 rupees and 1,000 rupees and replace them with newly issued banknotes of 500 rupees and 2,000 rupees. Furthermore, it would take effect as soon as it was announced. Everyone can go to the bank to exchange old currency for new currency, but the exchange time is only 1 month. After a month, the old currency would be completely ineffective. In other words, if you can't exchange your old notes for new notes within a month, your family's cash will become waste paper. This was a bolt from the blue for Indians who were still used to using paper money on a large scale. Therefore, people from all walks of life stopped working and rushed to the bank to exchange notes. "I'm going to line up too," the Vice President's attendant said and ran off. The military and police personnel around the Vice President instantly ran away, leaving only the Vice President, a few officials, and a group of people from the Huaxia Empire. More and more Indians were crowding in front of the bank near them, pushing in with all their might. Moreover, the bank's reserve of new coins was simply not enough. It could only allow a certain number of people to exchange for a certain amount of new coins. Therefore, in order to fight for a position at the front, they did not hesitate to fight, and even took out their sabers to duel. India had always been a populous country. In terms of population, it had already surpassed the Huaxia Empire to become the most populous country on the entire blue planet. At this time, the abolition of banknotes fully demonstrated the power of the population. In front of the astonishingly large number of Indian citizens, Speaker Long, Gu Nianji, and the group of visitors from the Huaxia Empire were like small boats in the vast ocean, swaying in the strong wind and huge waves. Dimo's banknote. They're not giving us a way out. You can only exchange 2,000 a day. How are we going to survive? Someone in the crowd was inciting and roaring loudly. Soon, the people who had lost their rationality began to storm the bank. The bank was not to be trifled with. While they called the police, they sent their armed security guards out to maintain order. Someone suddenly picked up a brick and smashed it into the back of the head of one of the armed security guards. The man fell to the ground unconscious without a sound. His gun was snatched away in the chaos, and someone fired a few shots into the air. Bang! 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 The scene immediately became chaotic. That's the vice president. Find him. Arrest him. Yes. Grab him and ask Dimo. Why the F***ck did they abolish the banknotes? A group of people suddenly found that the Vice President of India was present and rushed to him while shouting. Be careful. Speaker Long saw that the situation was not good and quickly asked his bodyguards to pull the Indian Vice President. He couldn't just watch the Vice President of India be killed by the angry crowd with bricks. At this moment, intense gunfire suddenly rang out from the crowd, and bullets rained down on the place where they were standing. Get down! Get down! Get down! The security guards shouted and pulled out their guns to fight back while lying down. Special Assistant Yang rushed in from behind at this time, held Speaker Long to the ground, and used his body as a meat shield to protect Speaker Long. A bullet passed by, and blood splattered everywhere. He groaned, but still held on tight, acting as a meat shield for Speaker Long. When Special Assistant Yang rushed in and pushed Speaker Long down, he naturally squeezed Gu Nianji to the side. Rong Mingxing gritted her teeth and followed Special Assistant Yang's instructions. She imitated him, threw Gu Nianji from behind, and protected her with her body. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid, and it wasn't that she didn't resent it, but Special Assistant Yang asked her to do it. In this unfamiliar place, she had no choice. Gu Nianji felt that Rong Mingxing, who was on her back, was trembling all over, and quickly said, "Little Rong, don't worry about me. Hide by yourself, I'm not afraid." Rong Mingxing's nose turned sour, and she said in a muffled voice, "Don't move. I'm fine." A group of Indians who were not afraid of death and only wanted money rushed over again. Seeing that they were about to be stepped on, the security guards around them had no choice but to fire into the air again to stop some of the people who were about to rush over. In order to avoid being stepped on, Rong Mingxing held Gu Nianji and quickly rolled to the side, almost to the edge of the square. At this moment, intensive gunfire rang out again, and Special Assistant Yang looked up and shouted, "Protect Speaker Long. Protect the Vice President." The security guards saw that the situation was not good, and quickly formed a human wall to protect the key people, and ran into the mall. Rong Mingxing jumped up from the ground and ran into the mall with those people. Gu Nianji only felt the weight on her back lighten. She looked up, but before she could move, a few people in the crowd were already rushing towards her. Oh no! Gu Nianji knew that something was wrong, so she immediately got up from the ground and ran into the mall. She ran a zigzag route all the way, shuttling through the crowd to avoid being locked on by the scope, and also to set up obstacles for the people chasing her. But just as she was about to run to the entrance of the shopping center, the door actually closed in front of her. Open the door. Open the door. I'm Gu Nianji. Her heart sank, and she rushed over and slammed the door desperately, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Speaker Long. I'm Nianji. Gu Nianji." She didn't know if the door's soundproofing was too good, or if the people inside had already gone far away, but at this time, no one opened the door to let her in. The pursuers behind her were getting closer and closer, and there was also the sound of gunfire jumping around her feet. She gritted her teeth, turned around, and continued to run, running to another door in the shopping center. But the other door slammed shut before she could reach it. Because the crowd present was stimulated by the gunfire, in addition to rushing to the bank, they also began to rush to the shopping center. So the shopping center chose to completely close all the doors. Gu Nianji had no choice but to turn around and run again. Those dark human faces swayed around her, and when they realized that she was a single woman running alone, they reached out one after another, pulling on her arm and tearing at her clothes. Soon, one of her sleeves was pulled off, revealing her sparkling snow-white skin. A few perverted Indian men's eyes lit up, and they almost immediately became excited. However, the real pursuers slowed down and giggled as they watched Gu Nianji being chased by a group of hungry Indian men. On a small building not far away, a tall, extraordinarily handsome man had been calmly watching the situation on Gu Nianji's side with binoculars. When he saw that she was separated from Speaker Long and was being chased by a group of Indian perverted men, he suddenly flew into a rage. F***ck. They must be tired of living. He waved his hand violently. Snipers, get ready. Kill the 8 men who are chasing the target over there. Then he put on a mask, picked up a semi-automatic submachine gun, and jumped from the 3rd-floor window. Boss. The other group of people in the room were shocked. If you leave, who's in command? Follow the original plan. The man waved his hand and issued orders with a Bluetooth headset. He ran to Gu Nianji's side and rampaged through the crowd, like Moses parting the Red Sea to lead his people out of Egypt. Soon, the Indian men who were chasing Gu Nianji fell to the ground one by one, and without exception, they were shot in the head. It didn't take long for all of New Delhi to become a city of riots. Countless people poured into the streets, madly setting fires, robbing, smashing cars, shouting, and venting the anger in their hearts. Thick black smoke curled up, burned cars and motorcycles blocked the road, and the streets were stained with blood. When Indian Prime Minister Dimo learned of the chaos in New Delhi, he immediately issued an order with an iron fist: the entire New Delhi would be cut off from power, internet, and communications. Until the riots ended and order was restored. Gu Nianji ran aimlessly on the streets of New Delhi and was out of breath. When she was about to collapse to the ground, a hand reached out from the side and pulled her into an abandoned house. Gu Nianji was so nervous that she was about to collapse. She thought it was another thug, and she couldn't stop screaming. But the man's hand came around and covered her mouth. Gu Nianji's eyes filled with tears when she smelled the familiar cool scent on the man. Professor He. She rushed over and hugged the man's waist, almost bursting into tears. The man was He Ji-chu. He kissed Gu Nianji's forehead helplessly. Don't be afraid, Nianji. We've been protecting you. Take this and stay here. Don't run around. He Ji-chu handed Gu Nianji a pistol. Kill whoever comes in. Don't be lenient. Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly and gripped the gun tightly. Professor He, why are you here? Gu Nianji wiped her tears and looked up at He Ji-chu. Her big eyes were wet, like the eyes of a deer, frightened but harmless. He Ji-chu patted her head, gritted his teeth, and told Gu Nianji his and Hu Xiaoheng's plan in a concise manner. Someone won't let you go. We want to catch them here. Nianji, can you hold on? Gu Nianji let out a long sigh of relief after listening to He Ji-chu's words. She was so happy that she cried and laughed. Really? Professor He and Major General Hu will come to protect me. It's okay. I'm not afraid. I have nothing to be afraid of with you guys here. You should have told me earlier so I could have been mentally prepared. If I told you earlier, they wouldn't have appeared if you accidentally let the cat out of the bag. He Ji-chu smiled bitterly. We also want to get rid of this once and for all. We don't want to continue being chased and beaten up. But there was a price to pay for getting rid of this once and for all. This price depended on whether Gu Nianji was willing to bear it. He Ji-chu had already decided along the way that if Gu Nianji hesitated even a little, he would immediately take her away and break off his cooperation with Hu Shaoheng. This was the first watch. It was the third watch today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation votes and monthly votes. The second watch at 1 p.m., and the third watch at 8 p.m. wax. Chapter 1154. Nianji, are you really not afraid? He Ji-chu was still worried. He looked at her with a complicated expression. For example, a situation like today could happen again at any time. Next time, I might not be able to find you so easily. Today, the situation outside was chaotic. Even the people who were really after Gu Nianji had run away, so He Ji-chu was able to take Gu Nianji away without anyone knowing. But who knew if someone was calmly watching from the sidelines? It wasn't like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He Ji-chu knew that he had been too impulsive and risky today. He wasn't as calm as Hu Shaoheng. But he didn't want to be as calm as Hu Shaoheng. He had always thought that Gu Nianji meant different things to him and Hu Shaoheng. The only difference between him and Hu Shaoheng was that Gu Nianji didn't love him. She only loved Hu Shaoheng. Gu Nianji's eyes were as bright as stars in the dark night, shining in the dark, narrow, and dilapidated room. She shook her head firmly. No, I'm not afraid. I'm really not afraid. She paused. Actually, even if you didn't come, I wouldn't be afraid. She would escape with her own abilities again. If the person who had just pulled her into the room hadn't been He Ji-chu, Gu Nianji could guarantee that person would have become a eunuch by now. She wasn't unarmed. She also had a weapon to defend herself. Even if it was just a sharp knife, it could still take a person's life. He Ji-chu felt a pang of sadness. He pulled her into his arms and gently rested his chin on her hair. He hugged her quietly for a while. Looking down, he couldn't see her face and no longer hid the heavy affection in his eyes. He slowly lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and he used all his strength to restrain himself from saying things he shouldn't say. He could not let her know that he still loved her deeply. He Ji-chu suddenly pushed Gu Nianji away and held her shoulders with both hands. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed, and his face had returned to its usual indifference. Okay, remember to wait here for now and don't go anywhere. I'll find someone to send a letter to Speaker Long and ask them to send someone to pick you up. He Ji-chu took out his phone and suddenly froze. There's no signal. Not only could he not surf the internet, but he could not even make phone calls. Gu Nianji quickly took out her phone and looked at it. Ha! Mine can connect to the internet and make phone calls. He Ji-chu, he took Gu Nianji's phone, looked at it, and smiled. Hua Xiao modified this phone for you, right? Gu Nianji, it can't be, right? She moved closer to take a look. You're connected to Huaxia Mobile's signal here, using Huaxia's Nandus satellite system. He Ji-chu looked at Gu Nianji's phone again and shook his head speechlessly. He opened an app inside and used Gu Nianji's phone as a server to connect to her phone to the internet. He also used Gu Nianji's phone to send a text message and location to Speaker Long. I'm leaving. Be careful. He Ji-chu took off his jacket and covered Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji put away her phone and watched reluctantly as He Ji-chu flashed away. As soon as he opened the door, the noise outside was endless. The rumbling of footsteps, gunshots, and the sound of smashing and looting drowned out all other sounds. Gu Nianji quickly closed the door. In fact, the latch on the door had long been broken, and the inside was very dilapidated. It was obvious that no one had lived in it for a long time, and it was a little gloomy. Normally, Gu Nianji would definitely take a detour around this kind of house. But at this time, she felt that it was much safer here than outside. She looked around the room and found a foot-long iron bar, which she inserted into the back of the door to act as a latch. She wiped a table and sat down on it. She wrapped herself in Hijichu's coat, and slowly, her teeth stopped chattering, and her whole body stopped trembling. She waited quietly in the room, waiting for someone to pick her up. In the management office of the shopping center, the Vice President of India led everyone into the conference room and let out a long sigh. "We're finally in." The situation just now was too terrifying, and he was almost trampled to death by those mobs. Fortunately, Speaker Long was loyal enough. At this time, the Vice President of India was truly convinced by Speaker Long. He looked at him with respect and reverence in his eyes, and there was no intention of neglecting him in the beginning at all. Speaker Long understood it very well, but he didn't point it out. He only looked at his own people and silently counted the number of people in his heart. After looking around, he suddenly found that one person was missing. He stood up abruptly, and his expression suddenly changed. He asked sharply, "Where's Lawyer Gu? Did any of you see Lawyer Gu?" Everyone looked around and found that Gu Nianji was indeed missing. Special Assistant Yang's back was still bleeding. He sat to the side, and someone was bandaging him with the first aid kit in the conference room. When he heard Speaker Long mention Gu Nianji, he quickly looked up and said, "Didn't Lawyer Gu follow in? Is she still outside?" Speaker Long, quickly send 2 people out to pick her up. Speaker Long nodded, picked the 2 most powerful security personnel, and said, "You guys go out quickly and get Lawyer Gu back." The 2 men nodded and left the shopping center together. However, the situation outside was too chaotic. Although the 2 of them were men, they were pushed by the crazy Indian mob outside to the point that they could barely walk. They looked around outside but didn't see Gu Nianji, so they had to go back to report to Speaker Long and ask their superiors if they should search for Gu Nianji in a wider area. Gu Nianji had come with the Huaxia Imperial Senate delegation. If something happened to her in India, they wouldn't let it go. Returning to the shopping center, the 2 men reported to Speaker Long, "Speaker Long, we haven't seen Lawyer Gu outside for the time being. Maybe she found a place to hide. Should we search a wider area?" Speaker Long frowned even more. "It's only been 10 minutes. Where could she have gone?" He looked at his watch. It turned out that half an hour had passed. It turned out that when people were nervous, they felt that time would pass faster. Just as he was feeling anxious, Speaker Long's phone suddenly rang. He quickly took out his phone, swiped it open, and saw that it was a text message from Gu Nianji with her location. He suddenly laughed. Okay. It's okay. Lawyer Gu sent me a message. You guys go look for her again." The Vice President of India was very surprised. "Mr. Speaker Long, your phone still has a signal." He had just looked at his phone and found that not only was there no network signal, but there wasn't even a phone signal. "Of course we do," Speaker Long said with a smile. Their mobile phones were all specially made by the Huaxia Imperial Military. When they visited, they were directly connected to the Nanda communication satellite system independently developed by the Huaxia Empire. It didn't have any intersection with the network system of the visiting country to avoid leakage. Only the corners of Special Assistant Yang's mouth twitched twice, and his eyes flickered. He looked down at his phone and saw that there was also a signal. However, his cell phone network was neither provided by the Indian nor the Huaxia Empire's mobile phone network. The wound on his shoulder was bandaged. Special Assistant Yang said a few words to the people around him and said that he was going out to buy a set of clothes to change into. He was now covered in dirt, mud, and blood. It was a mess and very unsightly. After what happened today, Speaker Long had a much better impression of him. He waved his hand very kindly and told him to quickly go change his clothes. Special Assistant Yang gave Rong Mingxing a look. Rong Mingxing gritted her teeth and followed Special Assistant Yang out. Special Assistant Yang took her to buy clothes. Fortunately, it was in a shopping center, and it was the most luxurious shopping center in New Delhi. Special Assistant Yang hurriedly found a store that sold the world's top men's clothing and randomly ordered a set of Hugo's suit and shirt. He took them to the room inside to try them on. Rong Mingxing did not follow in, but stood outside the fitting room and waited. As soon as Special Assistant Yang went in, he changed his clothes and connected the Bluetooth headset to talk to someone. Did you embarrass yourself? Gu Nianji has sent back her location. Later, 2 people from our side are going to look for her. You can just follow those 2 people. Yes, it's very easy to recognize. The bodyguards brought by Speaker Long are military and police officers. They all have crew cuts, sunglasses, Bluetooth headsets in their ears, and black uniforms. I'll show you when we go out. Special Assistant Yang's voice was very low, but he forgot that the small fitting room was not sealed. The top and bottom were open, and it was not soundproof at all. Rong Mingxing heard it clearly from outside. Her heart tightened, and she felt even more guilty. How many people did you find? Are they all from Japan? Or are they the elite field agents of the Tokyo Secret Service? Are you kidding me? I advise you to do it if you can. Don't mess it up. If you don't kill her, there will be endless trouble. Nothing. You have a lot of people. Want to play? Up to you. But Gu Nianji is really beautiful, and most importantly, she has a good figure. Special Assistant Yang's somewhat wretched laughter came out in a low voice. When Rong Mingxing heard this, she couldn't stand it anymore. She glared at the half door of the fitting room and clenched her fists tightly. Special Assistant Yang actually cooperated with the Japanese. This was beyond what she could bear. Rong Mingxing originally didn't want to have anything to do with Gu Nianji anymore. However, Special Assistant Yang repeatedly persuaded her to just delay Gu Nianji for a while, so that she couldn't enter the door and would suffer a little outside. She didn't expect that what Special Assistant Yang wanted was not only to make her suffer, but also to take her life. No, she couldn't continue to help the wicked. Rong Mingxing turned and left the fitting room, quickly returned to the conference room where Speaker Long and the others were, and hurriedly said, "Speaker Long, I have something to tell you." Speaker Long looked up at her and was about to ask what it was, but Special Assistant Yang's voice was already heard. "Xiao Rong, why did you come back alone? I thought you were lost too. You scared me." Rong Mingxing's face suddenly turned pale. She quickly changed the topic, turned around, and said, "Special Assistant Yang, I want to go home. I want to tell Speaker Long to take me back with him this time. I don't want to be in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs anymore." This was the second watch. Today was the third watch. Remind everyone of the recommendation votes and monthly votes. It was 8:00 in the evening, the third watch. Mwah. Chapter 1155. Special Assistant Yang looked at her with a smile and said in a threatening tone that only Rong Mingxing could hear, "Are you scared? It's okay. If you want to go back, I will help you apply to the ambassador to transfer you back to the country after this is over." "Thank you, Special Assistant Yang." Rong Mingxing nodded quickly and hurried to Special Assistant Yang's side, not daring to speak to Speaker Long again. Special Assistant Yang stared at her suspiciously for a second and turned to see that the other 2 security guards seemed to be gone. His heart tightened and he asked, "Speaker Long, have you sent someone to find Lawyer Gu? It seems to be even more chaotic outside." "Yes, they just left." Speaker Long nodded kindly and had a bad impression of Rong Mingxing. They were about the same age, but Gu Nianji was obviously more able to endure hardships. Rong Mingxing was still slightly inferior. Special Assistant Yang didn't have time to study Rong Mingxing's abnormality. He quickly thought of an excuse and said to Speaker Long, "I will go out and see if I can help. I hope Lawyer Gu is blessed and nothing will happen to her." "Okay, you go. Report to me if anything happens." Speaker Long glanced outside the door and was very worried. The power in the shopping center had been cut off, and after a while, it was as hot as a steamer. Although the shopping center had its own generator, it obviously couldn't support such a high-power central air conditioner, so the air conditioner was still not turned on, and only the lighting was still maintained. Special Assistant Yang hurried out of the conference room and ran to the shopping center gate. Rong Mingxing followed behind him at a moderate distance, turned on the video on her phone, and began recording. She saw him catch up with the two security guards in front of him. The two security guards were holding their phones and looking at the location sent by Gu Nianji. Special Assistant Yang walked over and patted one of them on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "Take care, do you know that place?" "I am familiar with this place. Do you want me to go with you?" The man turned back and smiled at him. "This place shouldn't be far, right?" As he spoke, he showed the location on his phone to Special Assistant Yang. Special Assistant Yang only glanced at it and remembered the location. He quickly nodded and said, "It's not too far in a straight line, but because these streets are blocked, you can't walk there. You have to go around there and cross several streets." As he spoke, he explained the specific location and how to get there. His route was quite correct, but it was a long detour. The two security guards wrote it down and shook their heads. "So it's actually quite far." Special Assistant Yang was also quite surprised that Gu Nianji was able to run so far in less than 10 minutes, but he quickly dismissed the thought and followed the two security guards out of a small door. He said, "It should be closer from here. There are also fewer people here." It was already a mess outside. Thick smoke billowed everywhere, and flames soared to the sky. The sirens of fire trucks and police cars rose and fell, and the military and police began to move. Executive Assistant Yang narrowed his eyes and clasped his hands behind his back as he watched the two security personnel walk away. Rong Mingxing heard it clearly from behind and knew that Special Assistant Yang had given her the long way. Her heart skipped a beat and she quietly moved to the side to avoid Executive Assistant Yang's line of sight. Although Rong Mingxing hadn't been in New Delhi for a long time, she still remembered the place because there was an Indian DMV nearby. She had once gone with the embassy staff to apply for a driver's license. Special Assistant Yang was extremely nervous. He stood in front of the small door and made another call. "I've already sent you the location. Gu Nianji's phone can still be used, so you have to be careful. I've already taken a detour to the two security personnel, so you don't have to complicate matters. After all, they are domestic military and police. Once they die here, the domestic military fanatics will go crazy. How do I know why it can still be used? Can't you block the signal? What a bunch of useless people. Are you really the elites of the Japanese Secret Service? You're not faking it, right?" Special Assistant Yang cursed angrily before closing the small door and turning to leave. After he left, Rong Mingxing ran out of her hiding place and opened the small door to take a look. The situation outside made her suffocate. She had grown up in a peaceful environment and had never seen such a chaotic scene. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about retreating, but when she thought about the fate that Gu Nianji was about to face and how she had helped the tyrant add fuel to the fire, she couldn't stand idly by. Rong Mingxing knew that she wasn't a good person with perfect morals, and even many of the things she did were filled with countless schemes. But it was always just a small fight to disgust others. She had never thought about killing others, let alone taking the lives of her compatriots with outsiders. Special Assistant Yang's actions not only exceeded her conscience, but also exceeded the bottom line of being a human. Rong Mingxing recalled the route she had just heard, finally gritted her teeth and rushed out. The patrol staff of the shopping center found that a small door was open and walked over to lock the door while swearing. The streets of New Delhi were full of overturned and burned buses and private cars, as well as Indians lying motionless on the ground. She didn't know if they were dead or unconscious. Fire trucks and police cars were obviously insufficient at this time. They could take care of the east, but not the west. Rong Mingxing ran with all her strength, only hoping that Gu Nianji would be fine before she arrived and that she could make up for it. In order to take a shortcut, she went into the alley. The alley was dark, dirty, and littered with garbage, but the people inside seemed to have gone to the street and weren't at home. She walked along the way, and it was smoother than on the street. Finally, she saw the place that Gu Nianji had indicated. It turned out to be a dilapidated house that had probably been abandoned. The roof was almost broken, and the body of the house was on the verge of collapse. Rong Mingxing looked around and saw that those people hadn't followed. She quickly rushed forward, knocked on the door, and whispered, "Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji. Are you inside?" Gu Nianji was sitting on a small table in the middle of the room, hugging her knees. Suddenly, she heard someone knock on the door and call her name. It was Rong Mingxing's voice, and she was shocked. She quickly got down from the table and went around to the window to take a look. Rong Mingxing was the only one outside the door. She looked panicked, but she still knocked on the door relentlessly. Gu Nianji, she quickly walked over, pulled down the iron bar, and pulled Rong Mingxing in. She then bolted the door, turned around, and leaned against the door. She looked at Rong Mingxing in confusion. "What are you doing here?" Rong Mingxing had saved her just now, but she had also abandoned her and ran away by herself. The corners of Rong Mingxing's mouth twitched, and she didn't know what to say for a moment. The abandoned house was quiet, and the dust danced in the light. Two young women stood opposite each other, completely out of place in this dilapidated environment. Boom! There was a loud noise outside, and someone could be heard cheering or shouting. In short, the noise poured in, and the silence from before was gone. Gu Nianji was even more confused. She suddenly raised one hand, and the black muzzle of the gun was aimed at Rong Mingxing. "You lured them here." Rong Mingxing came back to her senses and knew that Gu Nianji had misunderstood. She quickly waved her hand and said, "It's not me, it's not me. I'm here to tell you that someone wants your life. I don't need you to tell me. Don't you think I know?" Gu Nianji snorted coldly, but she still didn't lower the muzzle of the gun. "Just now outside, you pressed me under your body. On the surface, it seemed like you were saving me, but in fact, you were deliberately stalling for time so that I couldn't follow you through the door, right?" Rong Mingxing's heart was extremely bitter, and tears welled up in her eyes again. She simply threw caution to the wind and said regardless of anything, "Yes. I really wanted to stall you just now so that you could learn a lesson. I want to vomit every day when I see your arrogance. But I didn't want your life. It's Special Assistant Yang who wants your life." As she spoke, she recounted the entire process of Special Assistant Yang talking to someone on the phone. She even said, "I know I've done a lot of things to let you down, but I still have to say that I've never, and would never dare to, take your life." Gu Nianji listened quietly, but she was not unsurprised. Although she knew that He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng were secretly protecting her, according to Rong Mingxing, the other party had put in a lot of effort and even dispatched the elites of the Tokyo Secret Service. Why did they only want her life? Even if Special Assistant Yang hated her to the core and wanted her dead, why would the people of the Tokyo Secret Service send elites to help Special Assistant Yang? According to common sense, with a high-level insider like Special Assistant Yang, shouldn't they try to kill Speaker Long in order to get more benefits? But they gave up on Speaker Long and targeted her, a small fry who had just entered the Senate. Could it be that they could get more benefits from her? Thinking about the few words that He Zichu had revealed, Gu Nianji suddenly understood. These people should be related to the charity Angels in the World, right? No matter how she thought about it, the charity foundation was the one that wanted her dead the most. As long as she died, her lawsuit could be reversed, and the other party wouldn't have to pay any money. She did not have to return everything that belonged to her father. Gu Nianji recalled the documents and manuscripts that the old Japanese men had sent back to her, and a fire burned in her heart. At that moment, she only regretted that He Zichu hadn't left her a semi-automatic submachine gun. The pistol was no longer enough to vent her anger. Gu Nianji took a step closer and pressed the muzzle against Rong Mingxing's forehead. Why should I believe you? How can you prove that what you just said is true? Rong Mingxing angrily took out the phone that she had just recorded. See for yourself. It was the third watch. This month, it's always the third night. My dear friends, your monthly votes are not as much as my monthly vote of 300. Are you saving them for me at the end of the month when the monthly votes are doubled? Right? Look at my sincere eyes. _moi. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.